say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony Love, and we are about to get started today. Just give me one moment. One moment. All right, there we go. That's a lot better. Okay, there we go. All right, Tony Love in the house, though. Where my camera at? There we go. Yeah, there's my camera right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to put it up over here. Other than that, though, I welcome you all with warm embrace. We're about to get started with the show and things. We got Black Guy 9 in the house, ladies and gentlemen. And I appreciate all the support and likes as well, though, you know. Once again, this channel is actually what it is, a Make America Great First, America First, right? And this is why you see a lot of support in things, because we already know that we're being overran or trying to be overran by TSA, Democratic Socialists, not even American is what I call it. I don't put American, I call it not American. It's just that the far left is too damn stupid to realize this, though, for some of them. Most of them have already understand that their party have already been taken over. I'm talking about the moderates, right? Progressives, that's another whole story, you know. They think they're going in the right direction, leading with the Trump derangement syndrome, you know. So they're going to find out very soon, you know, because as I said before, Trump is allowing this to happen, in my opinion, right? So it could wake the rest of the people up, you know, because the far left, right, the commies, they never been about loving America. This is about hating Trump and keeping the status quo, right? They're okay with paying the high taxes, right? They like their presidents to be all like Obama. Can I say it to all my fellow constituents, hello, Chicago, while he was robbing America, betraying America, right? And things, which is considered treason, you know what I'm saying, sedition, right? They okay with that type of stuff. I'm talking about the far left people. People in America are waking up, right? Even in the black community, there's been people, right, that have said, man, Obama didn't give us anything, which it didn't. We didn't get nothing from Obama, right? And they voted for him. I didn't, but a lot of them voted for him. And I'm not shaming them for that, because you didn't know. You got conned by a snake oil salesman, right? And that's what they do on the far left, you know? It's about aesthetics. It's about sounding good. Usually Gavin Newsom, he always uses hand gestures, right? But we can see what he's been doing to California. And that's my retort back to the far left, right? There you go. So stick that in your pipe, you know what I'm saying? But at any event, yeah, you know, I'm a type of guy that don't mind speaking my piece. And I love going after the far left DMs, you know. I attack them very, very hard. I troll them very, very hard, more so than they control me. But we're going to get into this, though, and this is why they're losing, because they come in chats like this just to agitate. They know they don't have anything, right? They don't have anything coming. We talked about China yesterday, their pledge, you know what I'm saying? And all this stuff is illegal, right? And soon enough, right? Soon enough, they're going to F around and find out, though, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome people that support me on the show. We got Black Guy 9. Other mods, my mod squad will be showing up, locked and loaded. So if you guys get out of line with the swearing, cussing, and spamming, they're already on command to take you out, right? That's how it goes, right? So therefore, we're going to go ahead and get started with the topic today at hand. Let me go ahead and put the backdrop up to create the scene, though. This is a more of a, you know, troll type of thing, because, you know, I love trolling them, though, with images and videos and stuff. So let me go ahead and show that, though, too, before we get started. And they love my content. That's why they come here all the time, you know, because if you didn't like it, you wouldn't be here, right? It don't make any sense, right? So already that's in a walking contradictory right there. So let's go ahead and do this here. Let me go ahead and take this down and put up my other thing here. Just give me one moment. Yeah, give me one moment. I got him covered. There we go. Here we go. Look at that here. TSA is helping ICE agents, right, to deport illegal aliens. I love it, though, ladies and gentlemen. I love it, right? And we're going to show, I'm going to show the video in a minute, but let me go ahead and I'm going to read out and point out some things in regards to what is happening, because this is going down. This report was reported a few days ago, ladies and gentlemen. So today's topic, and if you're new here, please hit the subscribe button as well as the like button. Smash that like button and also share this information with family and friends and so forth, right? Give them something so therefore they can be able to check out for themselves, right? So today's topic is straightforward and it matters, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about the TSA is actively helping ICE ramp up arrests, right, at the U.S. airports. This isn't a rumor, right? This is actually happening right now as I speak, right? President Trump's administration is a clear example of federal agencies finally working together on immigration enforcement instead of looking the other way. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This has been reported with Forbes, CBS News, New York Times, and others that have confirmed it, right? Transportation Security Administration, y'all know them, TSA, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is our nice ICE agents, have expanded their information sharing. The former, right, agreement signed back in May 2025 lays out how the two agencies share traveler data, right? TSA Secure Flight Program, right, originally built after 9/11 to screen, right, for terrorism threats. It's being used to flag people of interest of ICE, right? People of interest. Who these people of interest are? Well, we know it. People with overstayed visas, people who was over here illegally. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen. That includes visa, as I mentioned, and with deportation orders. ICE sources have described airport travelers as easy targets. Agents get advanced information, right? How, when someone is flying, and can make the arrest in a controlled environment. Beautiful thing, though. Beautiful thing, though. Can't you see, ladies and gentlemen? This is what we call America First, right? So between the day and tomorrow, between the day and August the 4th, I'm sure you guys will be there on those voting polls, right? Because it's pretty evident and obvious who we're going to vote for. Arrest has been reported at least 15 airports, right? In recent weeks. It's a beautiful thing. Agents get advanced information, know when someone is flying, and can make the arrest in a controlled environment. You heard me mention that. Arrest has been reported, right? We're talking about, again, 15 airports in recent weeks. Some of these have been caught on video and gone viral, right? People being taken into custody, right, at check-in counters, right, or gates. Earlier data from, this is, like I said before, I don't like Reuters, man, but I already verified and checked, though. They got some things that they purposely left out, but let's talk about it. So Reuters said they show that between the start of Trump's second term, right, in February 2026, TSA shared records, right, on more than 31,000 travelers on ICE. Now, I'm gonna tell you what they left out. And they said travelers. See, this is the slick talk, right? They say travelers. We already know who's being targeted, right? Okay, we're gonna get there. Those tips lead to more than 800 arrests, and the number have continued climbing. The administration pushed towards higher daily arrest goals. That is correct, right? They are pushing for higher arrest goals. Let me see here. For years, people overstayed visas with little fear and consequences. Once they were inside the country, airports were often treated as soft spots. That's changing, right? As of today, right? If you are in the United States illegally or a visa has expired, flying through a major airport, right, now carries real risk. Man, it's just the walls are closing in, ladies and gentlemen. The system is finally connecting, right? The dots, connecting the dots between passenger data and immigration status, right? Here it is what it is, though, right? Critics will call this an overreach of fear mongering. Here we go, from the lowdown far left commies and all the rest of them, the reality is simpler, right? These are civil, right? Immigrants is what they call them, civil immigrants. Oh my goodness, what a joke. Violation of the government has the legal authority to enforce them. TSA and ICE are both under the Department of Homeland Security, which is true. Sharing information to enforce the law is not radical. It's basic competence, right? Here it is. People who follow these rules wait in line, right? And enter illegally should be treated as the same as who overstayed or ignored removal orders. Using existing passenger data systems to identify and remove people who are here unlawfully is a rational use of the tools of government already exist. Yeah, but here it is. This is the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. This is one more, right, piece of the border effort to restore control over who enters and remains in the country. Airports are highly visible, high traffic locations, making them harder places to operate while out of status, right? Sending a clear message or a signal. Expect more of these stories, ladies and gentlemen, as it unfolds. I'm going to show you some video stuff as well in a minute with this, you know. The core mechanism, right? TSA and ICE, both under the Department of Homeland Security, has formalized closer, right, cooperation on immigrants enforcement through the memorandum, right, of agreement signed back in May 2025. This agreement was obtained by FOIA, which is a watchdog group of American oversight and publicly, right, released in late July 2026, according to Forbes. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot that is going on here today. Boy, we are winning. We are taking the country back. We are getting rid of these low down, disgusting, boy, I tell you. And it's a beautiful thing. This is how you roll, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we roll. This is what we do. And this is going down and this is happening. Let me go ahead and pull up the video here as well, too. Just one moment. Go ahead and get that video up. Yeah. And as people come in or leave, whichever is okay with me. All right, let me take a look at it here. You know what I'm saying? Because other than that, this message is still getting out, ladies and gentlemen. We got a country to save, right? Boy, I tell you, a country to save. Boy, I just love it. Don't you just love saying that? A country to save. So this is the information here. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Okay, I can't play because there's music, and that's Trump talking. But what we're going to do is we're going to watch this stuff go down. Look at this. Yep, it's going down. Now, this is actually what we call ice air, right? Ice air, like Con Air, but ice air. Look at that. They rounding them up, baby. Look at them. They got them, man, belly chains and everything. Yep, you are being shipped out, ladies and gentlemen. Got to roll. You got to roll up on out of here. You got to, I don't know, yep, I don't care where you go. You just can't stay here. You can't stay here in America. Yep, getting them together, getting them up on out of here. Look at those chains, those belly chains and ankle chains, though. You got to roll, bruh. Got to roll up on out of here, bruh. You know, that's exactly what it is, though. But not to worry, ICE is diligent, right? They are really great people that are doing the job, saving Americans every day, man. And these girls would have been alive today had it would have not been the incompetence of the Biden and Kamala Harris regime, though. You know what I'm saying? And therefore, I'm going to go ahead and put them up again at the same time, though. Hold on for a minute. Y'all know how I do. Boy, I troll. You know, let me see here. Is this the... Oh, yeah, there it is. This is what it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're dealing with here, right? We're rolling them up on out of here. Let us never forget, right? Never forget these angel babies, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they would have been around, right? If they had better, you know, that they had American first policies. But Biden administration was one of the worst in American history outside next to Obama. But they both was garbage, man. And had they would have been, you know what I'm saying? Had they would have been on their job and doing what Trump is doing now, these young ladies would have been alive today. You got a baby as young as 7 years old, you know what I'm saying? Which is very, very sad, you know? Baby at 7 years old. Look at this. Yeah. So this is why they're being rounded up on ice air or air ice. You know, I like it. Ice air, you know? They being rounded up. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. I just love watching it, though, too. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Look at this. Ice, ice, baby. You got to roll. Bye, 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 bye. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, got to roll. Got to roll, don't you know? Nobody's sympathetic. Overstayed visas and all the other stuff that they're going to be coming down now. These are the more of the criminals. But once again, they got to roll. Just we're going to show the Haitians, too. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be they're rolling out of here, too. No more temporary protection status for any of them, right? We want them out. Ice air. Boy, look at that. Americans working for Americans. Not Americans working for who? The foreigners and the illegals, right? Under the previous administration, right? Trash administration. And oh yes, Ilhan Umar, you're going to be on that plane too, man. We looking forward to the day we're going to get Ilhan Umar. We're going to get you. We're going to get you. We're going to get you, the Somali rat that stole a lot of money under that thing. Like she didn't know nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, in my opinion, I say she did it. And there's more and more evidence that says so as well, man. It's just a matter of time. I love like she's just so like a deer in the headlights, you know what I'm saying? Panicked out, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna pay, man. Ripping off Americans billions of dollars, man. Boy, I tell you, man. And this is the thing about it, man. Don't you just love it? This is how an effective country under an effective president operates, right? There's no mistaking that these people, these criminals that have come into our country, right? They're being roll out, dun, 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 roll out, dun, dun, roll out, dun, 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 roll out. Now let's love it. Man, roll out, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, gotta roll out. Yeah, That visa expired since for years. Where the heck did you get it? $80,000 million gone. Where the you spend it? Who those guys you be with when you're riding through? Get out my face before I catch a case. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I love it, boy. That's that. They just being rolled out, ladies and gentlemen. Roll them out. Roll it, boy. Luda could have did it no better, right? Look at this. Yep, got to roll, boy. We gonna get them, man. Every state is rolling out, man. We are crushing the far left regime, right? Because they're the ones that started this. And that's why these girls would have been alive right now, man. That's what I'm saying. Let us not forget the young ladies, right? Boy, I tell you, man. I would play the audio, but they got music in the background. But not to wait. Not to hold on for a minute. Let me do this here. I'm going to do this, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on for one moment, though. Let me just go ahead and do this. We're going to, I'm going to show you the other videos and stuff as well, too. Just give me one moment. All right, hold on. There we go. That's me right there. Okay, so let me do this here. Hold on for a minute. We got to go ahead and show the other video. Boy, this is the thing here, man. This is how you know America is winning, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these people here being rolled out, man, as they should. But just give me one moment. Let me go ahead and pull it up some more of the stuff, though. Give me one moment. TSA agents. Boy, it's a beautiful thing. TSA agents. This is what it is. Hold on for a minute. Okay, they got music there, but not to worry. Just give me one moment. Let's go ahead and pull up those diligent officers, man, that's out here working to save America, man, because America needs saving, ladies and gentlemen. And we got the right man in charge, right? There it is right here. Let me go ahead and kill that audio. There we go. This is them right here, our diligent men and women, right? ICE police, right? There it is right here. Yep. Working together to arrest foreign visitors at the airport who have overstayed their U.S. visas, according to new reports. Boy, that's a beautiful thing, man. Trump administration has, I'm just going to say there's no need to read it. He's been working hard like never before, making sure that Americans, all Americans are safe, right, for these illegals that have entered into our country, right? The Freedom Information Act, the FOIA, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, man. It's a beautiful thing, though. Who's been working harder for us? Trump. You damn right. Who is the man that risked his neck out for all of men? Trump. You damn right, right? Yeah, man, ain't that something? Had to change words up on that a little bit. But as you guys can see, they are cracking down. There's nowhere to hide. And I'm going to do a public service announcement once again. If you are an illegal, what is an illegal alien? Someone that doesn't belong here, that came over here illegally, right? Especially under the Biden administration. The auto pen, all that stuff is non-void. It doesn't hold no weight whatsoever. So this is what makes all of you illegal coming over here. And if you don't comply, if you don't capitulate, you are going to be in major, major trouble. Because if they catch you, you will never be able to be allowed to come into this country ever again. You know what I'm saying? And this is basically what it is. So let us set the scene, right? We're talking about millions of illegals that have entered into America, right? It has been said probably about between 15 mil to 25 million people. It could be even more or less. But now that they have the budget, they have hired 10,000 more ICE agents. They're working in unison with the TSA, and it's going down. No matter what you say on the far left commies, you don't have no power. You have been beaten. You may as well go ahead on and just surrender, you know, because at this point, nobody's hearing the Trump derangement syndrome stuff. You lost the majority of your party over to the right. That's what they're not going to admit, but we already know it is over, right? Because when you cross Americans and these girls up here, it's actually about 7 or 8 of them, and there's actually more. It was a failed Biden and Kamala Harris policy. Sleeping Joe, Jim Crow Joe, and Kamala Harris. It's their fault and the people that pushed this to allow these illegals in here. And why they do this? Why did they do this? Because they knew that the Americans would no longer follow their agenda. So the foreigners will. The only stipulation when you come here illegally, you must vote Democrat. These are their voter base. That's why they're over here chanting right now. They're screaming and hollering, oh, you taking our voter base away from us. Oh, my goodness. And that's exactly what it is, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have to sit up here and lie. This is going down in real time, right? And as it should, you know, because the people, ladies and gentlemen, we demand more. And we want more. We didn't get it from the previous administration. They have failed America. They turned their backs on America. They hate America. I'm talking about these far leftists, these old, what we call commies and so forth. They never stood for America, right? Who have stood for America even more and harder? It was who, right? It was who? It was Trump. Right? Let's just go ahead on and say it for what it is. And I'm showing these videos as I'm talking, right? Because you're seeing these arrests, you know. This guy here is working on the job, legal as F. And they're going to come after these construction companies and stuff like that, right? Because they should not be here, though, man, you know. Just let it happen. Put them cuffs on them, man. Check those pockets, man. Make sure there's nothing. Took that belt off. Take them shoelaces off. Take that hat off. We got to be able to see, yeah, make sure ain't nothing in there. There you go. Look at our Trump. Look at our diligent leader, man. You know what I'm saying? Is there any audio on here?
Cats and dogs.
Yeah, they got music. Always music, right? You don't have to be that impactful, you know what I'm saying? But here it is. I do it for you. This is Trump discussing, right? This is back in 2024. You already know what he's saying, though, and things, because he said there's going to be a mass deportation in the world ever seen. You know, that's all you need to know. You don't have to go through all the details, but Trump promised. He made a promise once again. He said he's going to shut that border down. There's going to be a mass exodus, right, of illegal aliens that have came in our country. And we call them not migrants. They are illegal aliens. That's just a liberal word that the libs like to use. We always call them what they really are, because all of them are illegal. You got that plane right, boy. Got the Coast Guard. You got to roll them on out. Come on up on out of there, you know? Yep, come on out of there with your belly chains on and everything. I just love it, boy. I just love it. This is how America, this is what somebody see, when you love America, you're going to protect America. But the far leftists, these commies, right, socialist commies, bastards, they don't love America. They hate America, ladies and gentlemen. They're showing you every day when they come in this room how they hate America. They don't even show the flags of America. Here's Haiti. Because remember, I told you it was coming, though. You got to roll out. Because if Haiti was number one, yeah, get them up on out of here. You know what I'm saying? We taking your protection status away from you. You got to bounce, bruh. You got to roll out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, got to roll out. Yep. Because you can't be over here illegal. You can't be, I'm not sympathetic at all. It's America first, right? Hopefully they'll be given, for them to be able to have a better government, because right now it's lawlessness over there. Port-au-Prince, Haiti, oh my goodness. Boy, I tell you, man, look at this. Look at the ICE agents. They're knocking on doors, kicking you up and so forth. They're going to be kicking in doors, getting them on the floor, rolling on up on out of here, right? This is how it's supposed to be. Cleaning up America. This got to be Haiti, man. Is this Haiti? Yeah, man, it's earthquakes and stuff, man. It got to be. Boy, I tell you, man, But they got a lot of work to do, because it looks like they're trying to get their stuff together over there in their country, as they should. Just get your country together. This is actually a blessing, ladies and gentlemen, for the Haitians, right? You can get a chance to go back to your country and rebuild your country. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get some help. Be part of the history of rebuilding your country. You don't need you over here. That's why it's called temporary status, right? They're breaking it down right here, telling you, right? The best thing you could do for Haitians, right, is to build your country. You have a country, right? You have a country, and therefore you need to return, and we're going to make sure we're going to send you back, so therefore you can build your country. But you just can't come over here under the protection status thinking you're a citizen. Those Biden days and Obama days are gone. Right? They're gone. Obama ain't going to never come back into the White House. I know y'all praying, but it's not going to happen, right? Skamala has a cold chance in hell, right, before she go back. All this stuff is just crap. You know what I'm saying? Nobody going to vote for that woman. You're crazy. You know what I'm saying? We are winning. Look at this. We got our U.S. Look at this, man. We're talking about the Coast Guards and stuff. These are the people right here, the men and women that protect America, ladies and gentlemen. Homeland Security, right? Working with, we're talking about ICE, we're talking about TSA. They already been, where we have the data, they can go in here and make these basically arrests and get them up on out of here. So if you legals go to that airport, see, it's already closing down. You don't have the funding no more. And then what they have to do, go to these jobs that's paying them under the table, right? That's what they're going to be critical. You need to crack down on those too. Every little mall and paw shop, we even got them here in Detroit, You got to go into the Chinese restaurants. You got to go into the Mexican restaurants. You got to go into the Middle Eastern restaurants and so forth, right? And these grocery stores, right? You got to go into these places, these fruit markets, right? Where they have illegals working there, right? That's the thing about it. You have to crack down on this. And they are. It's just a matter of time, right? It's a beautiful thing. This is how effective, right, policies working for the American people. Look at this, boy. This is what we're looking at. Look at our brave men and women who put their lives on the line. This is a very patriotic channel. I'm patriotic myself because we understand there's no other place greater than America. We got a great infrastructure. We got tech, right? We even got a space, our space and so forth. Look at this stuff. We got the military. The greatest military on earth is America. We rule on land, on sea, and on air, right? And we are under who? The commander-in-chief. And that is President Donald John Trump, man, President of the United States of America. Boy, I tell you, boy, don't you just love that? Try to segue that into it. Right here, we unapologetically support Trump, right? This is what we voted for. I voted for this, right? I didn't vote for it. See, they thought they were going to get another lame duck president like before. This time, it's crucial. There's a lot of chips on the ground here, you know what I'm saying? So we're picking them up and deporting their behind at the same time, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I'm talking about. This is what winning looks like. This is what we call effective leadership. Let me show you something else, though, too, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me one moment. We're going to show something else here because this is what it looks like today. We're talking about ICE, baby, and we're talking about TSA, you know. Let me see here. Confirm that 13 arrests has been made. Let's go and look at this one, too. Let me see here.
In an immigration crackdown at a creek in the foothills. We showed you this video yesterday at 5 of agents at the entrance at Wilson Creek. Channel 9's Dave Faraday spoke to families today who say their loved ones were taken out of state.
Well, one woman from Lincoln County told me that her parents are now at a detention center down in Georgia. The sheriff here in Caldwell County says that both ICE and the U.S. Forest Service conducted a checkpoint along the creek for about 2.5 hours. There are very few visitors at Wilson Creek today, 48 hours after the Department of Homeland Security says it arrested 13 immigrants, many of whom they claim had criminal histories, including DUI and illegal reentry to the country.
You hear that, guys? This administration, which is the Trump administration, is working. It's transparent. You're seeing it. We didn't see this under Biden, Sleepy Joe, Jim Crow Joe, Biden and Kamala Harris. We see it in real time with Trump. And this was done recently. When is this? 4 days ago, ladies and gentlemen.
This woman who visited the creek today and asked we not show her face believes Homeland Security went too far, targeting an area where Hispanics gather on the weekend.
She said they went too far. You don't have that. You don't have that right. Remember, we already clarified what make them illegal. They came in the country illegal or snuck back into the country, right? They should have left. They were already given a warning. They always think they're never going to get caught. This is a community. Oh, it's just a innocent community. You know, we ain't doing nothing. When they had them all type of DEI and all this other type of stuff, arrests. Boy, DI, what's it, you know what I'm saying, DUIs and all the rest of the stuff. Man, please, man. You got some lawbreakers, criminals, rapists, and all type of people, man. Yeah, all of it, you illegal because you shouldn't have been over here. These girls would have been alive today.
I feel like it's becoming more of a common thread that now even these peaceful places where families should be able to feel safe and be able to enjoy.
Sandra Sala.
She said families. Right? But they are illegal, ma'am. And these girls would have been alive today they would have had effective leadership, right? And policies to get they behind out of here. You wouldn't dare talk to the parents of these girls, these victims that you see up here. You wouldn't even have you wouldn't have the gall and the nerve, you know?
Czar is the founder of Hands of Hope in Morganton and went to Wilson Creek Sunday where she says she captured this video of people in custody being transported out of the national forest.
Yeah, you can record all you want. Salazar, whoever, you can do that. But the bottom line is that they are illegal, right? And we are tired of them sapping off of the American citizens, not paying taxes, right? And we got to make all these accommodations for them speaking Spanish when Trump already said that America is a English-speaking country, right? And all of these programs, look at what they did, right? Remember, government subsidies was siphoned to them. It was given to them off the backs of the American taxpayers. We were funding this type of stuff, right? Under the wicked previous administration, which is the Jim Crow Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, you know what I'm saying, administration, right? They didn't do nothing to curtail this, and we all know it to be true. Watch them over here change it. They always try to change the narratives in my room. I'm talking about for the trolls, right? They don't have any type of rebuttal against what we're talking about here, right? This is what that's why they go ignore it. I don't acknowledge them anymore. The only people we acknowledge in this room are patriots, people that are lovers of America. Yeah, they can come into the room, but when they break that rule by cussing, spamming and everything, my mods already know what to do. You get them up on out the room. We keep on rolling, right? That's exactly what it is, right? So there that is. Let's go.
Salazar says after the road reopened, she found people hiding in the woods and along the creek.
Because a gentleman stopped and asked for help, and he said the people that were with me are no longer with me, and I don't know what to do. I don't know where my family is.
They got an organization called Hands of Hope. You know, we're not going to, this is crazy, but they finding out, ladies and gentlemen, the illegals in this country are on high alert. They are terrified, you know. I notice, man, I don't even see them as much as I used to, you know, when they get out and they're out and about. You can catch them at the buffets sometimes, too. They'll take their whole family down to the buffet and stuff on the weekends, like Saturday and Sundays, those days off. And people know what I'm talking about. They be up in there. Remember before, they used to be up here like gangbusters, man. Have the whole family up in there, you know. I'm not against any particular minority group. This ain't about that. It's about who came in this country illegal, right? And I love it when the far left, alt left, they always try to push the narrative about, oh, Trump is racist. You know what I'm saying? This is a racist act. But when I talk about it, see, it defeats their narrative. There's another black man that's against immigration. You should be for immigration. Your parents came over here illegal. No, that's not true. I was already born here, you know. My family was already born here. We can go generations down. I already checked, you know, right? But if I were over here illegal, they would have enough sense to get their paperwork to be legal, right? Here it is.
The office says no children were separated from their families during the enforcement action. DHS says, quote, all of the illegal aliens arrested have or will receive full due process. They will remain in ICE custody pending their removal. Marvin Oliver lives in Caldwell County and visited the creek with his family today and believes more needs to be done by our leaders.
Senators and representatives have the ability to change it by changing the laws, and until they do, you can't pick and choose which laws you obey.
That's right. But right now, they're not. We're making sure that we don't want the previous or any other administration to change policy. No, that's not how it go. You're not going to make illegals citizens. They have to go through the proper channels, right? Birthright citizenship. We're talking about the pathway of citizenship. Hopefully, we're going to get that changed, too, birthright citizenship. We got to get that changed, too, because that's just a temporary thing, though, you know. But right now, he's doing the damn thing. I'm talking about President Donald J. Trump, our president, you know, and we got a lot of patriots in my room, and we love talking about patriotism, right? We're talking about America, saving America. How we can save America? First step is to get these illegals out of our country. They mean us no good. They don't help America. They know how to take from America, right? When you give somebody something, they're going to always have the gimme, gimme, gimme thing, right? This is what they do, right? Neither of them are patriotic, right? Get them out of here, right? Send them back to their country. No matter if you are from the South America, Central America, Haiti, whatever, you know, you got to bounce. And that's what any other country too. You got to get up on out of here, right? Because you should have came over here through the right pathway of citizenship. That's all we've been arguing. Right?
And the sheriff here in Caldwell County says they do patrol Wilson Creek on the weekends and during holidays, and they assisted in the operation along Wilson Creek this weekend, but didn't take anyone into custody. Reporting from Lenore, I'm Dave Faraday, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
And it's coming down, though, you know. Let me see here. We have some more here. Just give me some more here. Here it is right here, right?
Welcome back. We are starting to see the consequences from the Supreme. Oh, my goodness. This is, I can't do MSN, man. I can't do it, man. I can't do them, man. I can't do them. Let me see here. All right. Let's take a look at this one. Uh-oh. Got some music here. However, TSA is helping ICE ramp up arrests at the airports, man. Beautiful thing, though, right? Look at this, man. They are cracking down. They are looking at, this is what should have happened in the first place. Had we would have had this system in Sleepy Joe or Jim Crow Joe, these young ladies and younger, you know, as young as 7 years old. What's her name? Ivy. I'll pull it up. But this is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. It was failed administration, right? This is what effective policies look like.
right? As opposed to Jim Crow Joe and Skamala Harris, they had failed policies, no transparency, trying to take our, censorship. Remember, it started with that and COVID and all this other crap stuff. It was terrible, ladies and gentlemen. It was terrible, man. They're going to get Fauci too, man. Fauci, you are in trouble. Oh, my goodness. Joe Fauci. Anthony Fauci, man. Whoa, boy. I'm going to tell you. Can we say one thing?
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
You got that right. Boy, I tell you, man. Look at this. Yeah. Yeah. Because they have to deliver a goal. 3,000 arrests a day. That's what Trump is looking for, right? 3,000 arrests a day. And it will not stop. It's going to keep on going, you know? ICE, baby. Stop, corroborate, and listen. ICE and TSA is kicking through the doors, on the floor. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly, man. We want much more. We want these arrests. When it's going to stop? No, it won't stop. It's going to be day and nightly. You know what I'm saying? Arrests got to be made, right? This is what it is. Trump is putting pressure on who? We are, with ICE and now with TSA. We want 3,000 arrests a day, right? And I want those numbers to climb up even more, right? Look at this here, man. Boy, I tell you, man, we got these commies right here, man. I might want to hear from you. You know what I'm saying? Commie woman. You know what I'm saying? What we want to know is we want these arrests. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. We got the proud support from DHS partners, right? And Homeland Security, boy, ICE, right? We are cracking down, ladies and gentlemen. This is what winning looks like. You know what I'm saying? This is what we voted for many of us, right? We voted for this, and we are going to get this. Nobody cares about what they are talking about. I see these U.S. custom border police cars all the time, man. You know what I'm saying? And I should put that number, though, for a tip hotline. In fact, I think I should go ahead and put that tip hotline up and things, because you got to be tipped off, right? Tip. I'll put it up in there. ICE. Right? Exactly. If you see something that's suspicious, they tell you all the time when you're at the airports, that's what it is, though, Boy, I tell you, we are cracking down. At least they are, right? And we support it. We have given them a mandate. We have given Trump a mandate. He promised it on his policy, right? And we want those numbers to go beyond 3,000 a day, right? Because right now the alt-left is panicked out, ladies and gentlemen. They are losing their voter base. And they are in fear. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness, man. They are in fear because we already know voter block is losing, right? Yeah, look at this here. Let me take a look at it here. What did they got here? Let me see here.
More than 100,000.
More music. It's all right. Look at Trump. Look at this. 6,000 detained. Look at this. 3,000 a day. Yep, got to take him down. Take him down. That's what I'm talking about. Doubling the force by what? To 20,000, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to ramp up even more, though, man. Boy, for wrong music. It's going to ramp up. Oh, man. This is what I'm talking about here, right? I will play the music, but there's a lot of music. I mean, I will play it, but there's a lot of music in here. We're talking about the rest is ramping up. Look at this. Look at Jim Crow. Jim Crow Joe versus Trump. 49,000 arrests. Oh, man, goodness. Look at this. Look at this. This was last year. Look at this. Trump makes good on his word, right? Look at this. Texas, right? Look at this. Florida. Some of the largest hotbeds, right, for ICE to go and grab them up, And we taking them down, ladies and gentlemen, to a state near you, right? Look at this. He signed an executive order, transparent as I don't know what. I ain't never seen a president this transparent, right? Look at this, man. The greatest that ever done it. He'll go down as being one of the greatest, actually one of the greatest that ever done it. Go on and get him up on out. He got to bounce, bruh. You got to roll out. And ain't no crying now. You had every opportunity. They had every opportunity to self-deport, didn't they, right? Look at this, 26 federal plazas, right? I'm talking about New York. It's going down, dummy. Yep, getting them out of here, you know. Yep, you got to bounce, bruh. You got to roll out, you know what I'm saying? We don't want you here illegally. You have to come through the right pathway of citizenship. Remember Hyundai that hired all these people, 3,000 South Koreans, rolled them up out of here. Because South Koreans, you got to roll out. You know, that wasn't an agreement. You know what I'm saying? That looks good with Trump in the ICE uniform. That looks cool. Korean era, they ran out of here with the tail between their legs. And that goes for China, Korea. We ain't just discriminating with Hispanics and Latinos. This is all Haitians, Africans, you know what I'm saying? Europeans, you know what I'm saying? You got to roll out, you know what I'm saying? Look at this, though. Let me roll that back. See? Look at this. This is where they were. The top industries employing immigrants. Look at this. Food service, guys. You know that's the biggest one. Didn't I say that, right? 192,000 of them. What about waste management? You mean to tell me that all these people, you can fire no Americans? I say penalize these companies. You got to penalize these companies, they probably already have. They got to face strict penalty, right? Look at this. Manufacturing, 694,000. Healthcare, 412,000. What the? Agriculture, no surprise there. 320,000. Transportation and warehousing, what's that? 259,000. What about educational services? Look at this. 192,000. No wonder Americans are struggling, right? Because they keep hiring these damn illegal, as you know what, aliens coming over here into this country, taking our American jobs, paying them a lot less. When you paying food service, you ain't got to pay them a minimum wage. You can pay them half of that. That's a lot of money to them. All they do is send their money back home anyway, right? That's what they do. How is that building America? To the far alt left that don't like answering questions. How is that building America? There's the statistics right here. These ain't my statistics. Look at them. Read them and weep. How does this? Matter of fact, I'm going to take this as snapshot here. Just one moment. I got to go ahead and do that. Hold on for one moment here. Boy, I tell you, man. Don't you just love it when the plan works out well? They don't like answering questions with the far alt left commies, right? They are pretty much the major problem to why we are experiencing this, ladies and gentlemen. They don't love America. They hate America. They jump on every cause whatsoever than an American cause. Boy, I couldn't say it no plainer, right? Look at this, man. This is ridiculous. This is pitiful, right? And these are the questions that you patriots should be asking these fools in the room, right? I bet you they won't answer it. Every topic, every question, they never answer the question. And then they want to debate me. For what? You don't even get that shot in that right. You can't even deal with the mods in the room. Let alone you want to come up here. Nobody want to hear your victimhood stuff. All you're going to do is crash out and say something stupid. I'm already hip to the game, right? That's why they won't come up here, because I don't want them up over here at all. To deal with these topics would be a waste of time. Right? Whole bunch of filibustering. Nobody got time for that nonsense. Look at this. This is what we're dealing with here, right? Look at this. Yeah? Look at this here, right here. And you used to be able to see them. I'm seeing them a little bit, but you gotta go and round them up. This construction project was on time and budget. Then ICE came. This is Reuters. Look at this. Look how Reuters lie, right? I done caught Reuters in so many lies. Reuters is nothing but a propaganda machine that boosts and push propaganda for the left, right? That's all they are. They ain't nothing. Them and Politico are some of the worst, right? That's why I don't rock with them. I'm showing you what the opposition said. It said ICE raiding and disturbing the construction industry and worsening the labor shortage, which is a lie, right? This is coming from them, right? Look at this. This is bull, right? You guys ain't, look at this. Even for a low IQ person, if you ever known about what has been going on in this country, right? And then they over here boasting these illegals and things like that, propping them up, pushing them up. Look at it. Boy, Reuters, nobody don't listen to Reuters but the left, the far left. Everybody gonna hear that junk. Get that crap off of here. They lying. Look at this. Look at this here, boy. That's what I love right here. Look at them. Look at them. They're over here. We know California grows a third of the vegetables. Look at it. Right? 3/4 of fruit. And look what they have over here. Right? And they've been given a certain amount of protection in agriculture for right now, right, until some things change. We know why that is, right? But what I'm saying is they shouldn't have been here in the first place, right? It should not been here illegal in the first place. And the only reason that they were brought over here because they can get cheap labor out of them and exploit them. And guess who exploited these people? It is the far left, right, that we call commies today. They exploited these people. You think these people are making top dollar? No. They are hypocrites, ladies and gentlemen. As long as they got their fruit and vegetables on their darn table, right, in a timely manner, that's all they care about, right? They don't care about these damn people. Look at them. Nobody said they don't work hard, right? Look at them. But they're being exploited for political means. So therefore, they can keep their voter block up. Everybody feeling me, right? We know what it is. This is not no type of brain surgeon, right? This is what it is. Look at it. You mean to tell me? Look at it. Boy, they've been, look at this. Look at this. Right. They have no legal status whatsoever. This is from the failed administrations before Trump. Look at it. I bet you they wouldn't be posing like that if they knew ICE was on their way. They'd be scattering and running, man. You know I'm telling the truth, boy. They'd be scattering and running, you know? Look at this. Right? Boy, this is what we're dealing with here, right? Look at it and read. We estimated by 20 to 40% reduction in agriculture workforce, leading to 3 to 7 billion in crop loss. This is what they're saying, right? But I'm changing the narrative because what they've been doing, right? We know it's called propaganda news. I'm here to filter out the BS and straighten it out. You can already tell where this is leaning. This whole thing, though, what is it called? Wired investigation, though? These are left-leaning rags, ladies and gentlemen, propaganda. Oh, yeah, we estimated a reduction of the workforce leading to 3.7. When Trump already said that he gave them temporary, protection through the agriculture, because everybody know that they the ones that's out here doing it right now because of the previous administration, right? So this ain't going down as of yet. You ain't heard no raids over at the agriculture. They just playing on your ignorance, right? There ain't been no raids in no agriculture. We just pointing out that these are illegals that are working over there, right? Look at them. Boy, I tell you, man, Man, I'm gonna have to sift through all this propaganda, far left. They want to, oh yeah, increasing reductions and whatever. Ain't nobody ran up over there though, in regards to that. But the ones that you're seeing right now, these are detainment centers. Look at it, Dallas, Texas alone, man. Look at it, U.S. immigration. This exactly have to go down. This is what we voted for. This is what America. This is what it is. You can tell that she's trying to put a spin on it. You know, you look at it. Look at this. They're being detained since 2025, right? Look at it, 107,000. The numbers are going up. Look at it. That's what it is. We got these detainment centers across the United States, right? We got a president that has been working around the clock. If it wasn't for executive orders that he's been writing, look at it. Boy, I tell you, man, Trump, it's like there's a guy ever sleeps. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about who runs the ICE facilities, right? All we care about is that the American people are demanding more arrests, don't you? We want to see more arrests and more deportation. We got to get these people out of our country no matter what, and it's working now, right? Look at it. This is what it is. This is what winning looks like, right? This is what the American people voted for, right? Everybody was well aware, right? They were well aware that Trump was going to do this. This is not something that he jumped out the bag. He ran on this campaign. This is why he clobbered Kamala Harris, right? She was soft on everything. You couldn't pin her down on nothing. You can't win no election like that. Right? They were stuck with her. If the Democrats had an opportunity to change a candidate, they tried, but they said it was illegal, right? The purse and all the money was set up under Biden. Biden chose her, right? They were trying to run. He chose her. He couldn't try to change it Because, I mean, I'm just saying, though. But they chose Kamala Harris. They're trying to run Obama 2.0, identity politics. It blew up in their face, right? And that's a fact. Look at it. It blew up in their face, right? You can't run no policy being a scared president. Well, I'd rather get on Who's Your Daddy instead of talking with Joe Rogan. She's afraid of her own shadow. Look at it. Boy, I tell you. But going back here, ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing, look at this. You are seeing the detainment centers. Boy, look at this. Well, they're advocating a shutdown. No, they ain't advocating a shutdown. They are, but they're not. It was an alligator Alcatraz. That's one of my favorites, boy. Hold on for a minute. Alligator Alcatraz. Look what's going to get you. They're out there. Look at that. Boys, wave that flag. Trump, wave it. You know? You know what I'm saying? Rolling in, boy. It's a beautiful thing, man. Ain't it? We got patriots out there loving alligator Alcatraz. Look at Ron DeSantis, right? Boy, look at this. Yep, they got this liberal. Free them. Look at this. You ain't going to never be free. They're going to be rolled out. This is for the hardest of criminals. They ain't worried about them trying to escape because the alligators get them. You know, it's a beautiful spot where they are. You want to deal with alligators and crocodiles? Nope. Guantanamo Bay. Get used to this too, guys. This is where Guantanamo Bay, boy. This is one of the things you don't want to be over here in Guantanamo. You know, you don't have no rights no more. You know, no. Look at this. Yep, international waters, I believe, 72 detained, 26 countries. Boy, I tell you, man, they over there, boy, and we want to see those numbers ramped up even more. What about those Venezuelan prisons, right? That they, not Venezuelan, El Salvador, right? Working along with Trump over there, you know, the Presidente in El Salvador. Boy, I tell you, this is what winning looks like, boy, I tell you, man. Ain't that something, ladies and gentlemen? Look at it. Arizona, look at that, man. They can't stop it. They can't. Just let it happen. Let it happen because your administration is going down. We don't want to hear nothing what the low-down far left has to say and stuff. I will play the audio, but the thing about it, there's music going on, boy. Look at this, boy. This is what we're talking about. Florence, Arizona. I used to live in Arizona. You know, I've never been to Florence, right? But they got a detention center over there. They got detention centers like they got because they got the budget now. They don't have to rent. They're buying the land, buying these centers, right? Boy, I tell you, we even got them here now, boy. Look at this. Y'all see these reports here? Look at this. Look at this. Boy, I tell you, this, look at this. Don't they look good right now? Look at that. No, look at that. Hold on for a minute. Who's saying this here? Hold on for a minute. Let me go back and look at this for a minute. All right. It's saying with criminal convictions, right? Let me see here. Criminal convictions. Wait a moment. Let me see here. Look at this here. Hold on for a minute. All right, let me see here. Doesn't even matter though. The main thing is that they're over here illegal. That's the main thing. We don't care about who's a criminal and who's not. See how they're trying to play it? No, we're not going to do down. We're not doing down the middle. We're not doing down the middle. No. These people, if you come over here, right, illegal, right, illegally, you're going to be deported. Deportations is all we want to hear. Look at this, 20,000 deportations, right? Customs, you know. That's all we want to know, right? We talking about ICE Air, Con Air. We want to get them out of here, man. Yep. Look at America for the last time, looking out the window. He's like, damn, I wish I was still over here in America. Got caught. Damn. You know, some of them is probably crying on that Con Air right now while they're being flown out. This is the last time you'll see America, man. That's for sure. Right? But you got to roll out, bruh. You know, because we ain't sympathetic. Trump. That's the thing about it, boy. You know what I'm saying? Look at this here. Look at this here. Look at the stats and the numbers, though, right? The Democrats, right, worse than the former deportations, man. The Republicans have, look at it, deported far more. Look at it. Look at what Trump has been. No, hold on, man, let it play out. Hold on for a minute. Yeah. There's no number with Obama, huh? They said Obama. Hold on for a minute. Come on, is it going to do the number with Obama? Hold on for a minute. Here's the thing about it. I was going to say, here's the thing about it. Obama didn't do no deportation. It was just about face. They never came in the country. That's what they're not saying. Why don't they tell the truth? Right? All Obama had to do, nope, they cannot come here. That was a fact. He didn't have to go in and deport nobody because they didn't come into the country. That's why his numbers is higher. This shouldn't, by default, he shouldn't be up over here getting any type of praise. Let's go and keep it real, though, you know? They love saying, oh, he deported money. He didn't import crap. They had at the time we had ICE agent, customs agent, U.S. Border Patrol. They didn't allow them entry into the country. That's why the numbers is higher for Obama. It's like it's crazy as hell. He get recognition for that. Bush did the same thing. You can see the numbers. Neither of these people actually you know what I'm saying? Not what Trump had to do. This is more of an accurate number right here, right? 120,000, right? 100, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 1,200,000, right? Obama, misspoke. Obama, 200,400,000, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? It's just not even fair. Obama didn't have to do anything but lock down the border. That was it. Oh, man. If that would have been Trump, you know what they're saying? He didn't deport nobody. He just didn't allow them to grant entry into the country. Had it would have been, a shoe would have been on the foot. We already know. Anything that Trump do with the far alt left, they already got a problem with it, ladies and gentlemen. They got a problem with it. Boy, I tell you, man. You can't. Oh, my goodness. Look at it. 1,200,000, man. This is Trump, right? Look at this. Trump. Here. Those numbers should go up even more. Look at this. Hold on. It actually went up even more. Hold on for a minute, guys. Hold on for a minute. Let me see it go up again. They are saying, see, this is a thing that this is a thing though, right? If you are not aware of how and this is classified as deportations. How, when they haven't been allowed to come through the damn gate? That was about face, going to turn around. They didn't come into the country to ground these people up because when the Dems had half sense, they knew better back then with a lot of these progressives and a lot of these moderates. They knew better about having these illegals in the country, right? Those days are gone. Obama, Clinton, Bush, they knew better. They didn't open the doors. That came under who? Jim Crow Joe. That's why. And look at his numbers. You think he actually, I don't believe it either. You know? He didn't start stopping them until it was close to the Kamala Harris. Y'all remember that? Because they were just coming in. That's why his numbers were so low. A lot of the people were coming in, and then they started saying, nope, can't grant entry or whatever. It was too late, right? That's exactly what ended up happening, man. Look at this. Boy, I tell you. Yeah, it's good to know the sort. Boy, does he look like he happy and upset? No. Does it look like he happy? No, but he is upset. He got a lot of problems. Obama got a lot of problems to worry about. All this stuff, protests, don't mean a damn thing, right? Look at this. Look at the countries and stuff. You know, they rolling them on out. We getting people from a lot of these other countries and stuff like that. We got the roll, you know. Boy, the Congo, England, boy, I tell you, man. You got so many of them. Kosovo, you know, Kazakhstan, Greece, Albania. We got to get them out. Y'all got to roll, man. You got to roll up on out of here, you know. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. That's outbound flights. Look at this. They're rolling them up on out of here. Roll them out. Departure cities, right? Deportation, right? Look at it. We got to roll them out, ladies and gentlemen. We got to roll them out. Get them out of here. Got to roll them on out, man. And it's a beautiful thing, right? So let me see here. We talked about this. They got down here human rights first, all this crap. Ain't nobody violating them, man. They are being treated very well in the detention centers. They getting fed and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Rolling them up on out. Let me see here. ICE target 350K Haitians. Look at this here. Let's go ahead and pull this up here. News Nation. Yep. We got Tom Holman. Let me see. Is there music?
More than 300,000 lose their temporary protection status, or TPS, with arrest and deportations potentially starting as early as today. The Haitian Times reports officials are expecting about 1,000 deportees per month.
Roll. Got
News
to roll,
National
bro.
Correspondent Ryan Bass is live in Florida, which has some of the largest Haitian community. Ryan, what can we expect?
Yeah, Nick, nowhere is expected to feel an impact more than the state of Florida here. Today marks a pretty big turning point for hundreds of thousands of Haitians across the country because temporary protected status expires after the Supreme Court did clear the way for the Trump administration basically to end the program, which means that we're talking about roughly 300,000 people. That's about the size of, think, Orlando or Cleveland that could be in line for deportation if they don't have another path to temporary citizenship. Now, TPS, I should say, this program has been around for Haitians since 2010 and that earthquake that devastated the country, allowing them to legally live and work in the United States while Haiti recovered. Those protections have been extended several times since then. But last month, the Supreme Court cleared the way for the Trump administration to end the program.
Got to end it, right? Because I've shown some photos where they are doing some works because of that earthquake over there in Haiti, though, which is a sad thing. But you have to build your country. You got a country that you could still call your home, right? And since it is your home, you got humanitarian support and others that can help you build. Go back over there and build. Remove the rubble, right? Build your communities, right? Establish some type of democracy for your country, right? Get that set up, right? Whatever you want to call it, but it has to have a form of a system for the people, you know? That's what time it is. You got every chance or every opportunity right now to build your country. There's much work to do instead of trying to demand to stay over here in America. You have a country, Haitians. You have a country. A lot of them have countries, you know what I'm saying? Mexico, you have a country, right? El Salvador, you have a country, right? We're going to keep naming them. You guys have a country. Venezuela, you have a country. Now that Nicolas Maduro has been removed, and a lot of the Venezuelans have been going back home, and many more need to go back home. Get out of America. You don't have a dictator no more. You guys in Venezuela really don't have no excuse, right? It's time to roll out, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to roll, right? This is how it is.
Orders are Tom Holman. He is defending the move, saying TPS was always meant to be temporary. The Trump administration argues that conditions in Haiti have improved enough to end those protections. But the State Department still considers Haiti too dangerous for Americans to travel to, saying that there is high crime and...
That's the thing, though. What American with some sense, unless if you have family over there and you're American, I'm not going over there to Haiti at all. But for the Haitians that's being deported, this is an opportunity to put some, stabilize your country, remove the rubble, get the country back on course, right? That's all we're saying. You have a country just like we have a country, right? Right? So go ahead and get it done. Let's get it done. Let's get it popping. No more excuses. No more political drawback and so forth. You have a country that's waiting for you. Your people demand it. Let's get it done, Haitians. Let's go.
Kidnappings. If ICE begins targeting Haitians who've lost temporary protected status, Florida is...
Look at it. These are the hotbeds of where the Haitians are. They already got the data, though. Florida, Georgia, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. Let's get it popping, right? Let's get it popping. Let's get it moving. Let's get the annulate. Mommy, uh-oh. You know, let's get it going. Let's get it going tonight. Let's get it popping, right? Come on. Let's get it popping. Many of them speak Spanish, too. Besides French and English, let's get it going.
More than anywhere else. More than half of Haitian TPS holders live here. Large populations also, though, are in New York.
TPS program ends for 3,000 plus Haitians. We're going to get them up on out of here, right? They send their money back home. They don't bill for America, right? And this is a big, big problem. Not just with the Haitians, but we've seen it with the Somalis, the fraud thing, and all the rest of this stuff. We are not taking no more chances. You guys got the roll, right? That's just how it is. We want you out. Bill Haiti, right? When y'all won your independence in 1804, when y'all was going up against what's his name? Napoleon Bonaparte, right? We know the history, right? Right? And then the Europeans, right? They put sanctions on Haiti, right? Ever since. And this is why Haiti is in the situation that it is right now. They done had so many leaders or president, whatever you want to call them, and things like that was in charge, being overthrown. There was corruption. There was coups and everything. Haiti, this is your opportunity to go and fix your country up. You got a lot of corruption over here. You guys got to figure out a way how to get the corrupt people out of power and get rid of these warlord groups and stuff, because it's study destroying your country. You've been over here with TPS for how long? Instead of just sending money over there, you should have been galvanizing and pulling for your people in your country. You did not do that. You thought the temporary status was going to be forever, right? Now you got a president that's actually enacting it and saying, hey, guys got to bounce.
Massachusetts, New Jersey,
got to roll,
Pennsylvania, Ohio, Georgia, and also Indiana. We spoke with the executive director of the Florida Immigrant Coalition, who says for many families, just the fear and the uncertainty of if they will be picked up by ICE, that is enough of a punishment here, as opposed to just even staring down the options of being deported.
The threat of seeing your parents disappear overnight, the idea that the living in fear 24/7, not knowing when your turn is coming.
Why go through that when it's the choice is quite simple? If you don't want this for your parents and so forth, get them back to Haiti. That way they ain't got to live in fear, worrying about if they're going to be picked up. It's pretty obvious that you already over here illegal. You don't have legal obligations or anything over here in America. Your obligations is back in Haiti, not over here. That's not what it was designed for. Temporary protection status because of what happened in your country along with the earthquake, right? And what they should have been doing, right, is that they should have, you want to have humanitarian aid for a national disaster? I get it, right? But that should have been a joint effort. What the heck is NATO for when only the United States is footing the bill? And that's why I'm not even sympathetic to these Europeans. F them, right? F them. That's what I say, though. This is a joint effort, right? That's what should have happened, right? But no, right? Stayed over here and you wore out welcome, right? You got the role. Nobody want to hear what you got to say.
Right? Imagine, I want people to think about The Purge. If somebody has seen the movie The Purge, think of
now she's trying to equate it to a purge. The purge meant that they were being murdered. It wasn't about no deportation. Shit, if they only got off that easy. Boy, you hear this stuff, man. Oh, it's equivalent to the purge. I guess you do kind of see it as a purge. But it ain't a purge, it's called a deportation. They're over here illegal, woman, right? If you care so damn much, why don't you fix Haiti? Fix your country. Your country is demanding you. They want your help. Y'all turned your back on your own people in Haiti. You didn't help. They're saying, well, yeah, we got to set up some type of coalition and get something going on with others to be able to build Haiti. They didn't do that. What did they do? They just laid up on their ASS and said, to hell with their own people. I'm glad to be American. Suck to be you. Somali did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? All that piracy, all the, what is it, the largest terrorist group, El Shabazz, you know what I'm saying? I always call them El Kebab, but Shabab, you know? Look at it. They had an opportunity. Why are they over here, right? Go to your country. We don't want you in our government system. That's why laws got to be changed, because these people are far left commies. They only care about Somalia, Haiti, and all the rest of them. If you care so damn much, you would have been over in your country building, fixing, getting a government system together, right? This is what educated, civilized countries doing, but it's obviously that a lot of them just have low IQ. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about those damn people, though. What I say? Most of your racist people are people that look like they black or are black. Most racists are their own, right? They didn't give a damn about those people. And I'm calling them out. I call BS, right?
About when
Look
people are just waiting for their
just
turn
victimhood.
to come.
I didn't want to hear this no more.
TSA says that Haiti should still qualify for the TPS program because of the country's ongoing political instability and violence.
Whose fault is that? The political instability came from them and their own people. You know what I'm saying? No, you got to go back home, right? Y'all got to work it out. You have to do what you got to do to save your country, right? Get some arms, whatever it takes to get your country back. That's what real patriots of Haiti would do. Instead of begging, I want to stay in America while my country is going to hell. You know, I want to stay over here in America. I don't want to go back to Somalia. I want to stay in America, right? Because I don't want to go back to Syria. You know, it's the same old excuse over and over, man. Look at this.
It's ravaging Haiti right now. But the Senate rejected a bill that would have extended this program through 2029. Haitian officials, by the way, Nick, tell the Miami Herald that U.S. officials have told them to prepare for at least 2 flights, deportation flights a week once the protections officially end, which is slated to be today, Nick.
And Ryan, this comes as the White House is also focusing on denaturalization.
Yeah, the Trump administration has made that a top priority as well. They're ramping up efforts to strip citizenship from people they say that never should have become U.S. citizens in the
absolute boy. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you trying to hear that?
First place, the Justice Department says that it plans to file at least 250 denaturalization cases.
And you know, Mondummy is going to be on that list. Don't you love it when the plan works out well, right? I'm so happy about that. They're going to strip their natural, you know, Ilhan Umar is on that list too, boy. I love it, boy. That's what I'm saying, man. When you're rolling with Trump, that's why they are so outraged. I'm talking about the far alt left. They can't take it no more, man. That's why they done lost the war already. Just admit defeat, right? Their naturalized citizenship is being stripped away. That means we can go after them for the government jobs because they got that removed. That by default, you got to come out of there, Ilhan Umar, boy. Got to go. Got to go, bro. Got to go. Boy, ain't that a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen?
What would be basically the biggest of its kind in modern American history. So far this year, just to give you some context, Nick, it's already filed nearly 90 cases. That is almost 4 times as many as during the entire Biden administration.
You hear that? 4 times as many. This is what we've been waiting on. Who's your president? Donald J. Trump, right? Who delivered more so than any of these other clowns in the administration? Trump. Who has the transparency policies? Trump. Who loves America more? Trump. America first, MAGA, right? Trump. Boy, I tell you, man, get him out. You know what I'm saying? You got the roll. Bye, 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 bye. You know what I'm saying? It's time to roll out.
Ryan Bass, Live Force in Florida.
Boy, I love it, man.
The latest. Ryan, thank you so much.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, guys, it's been a beautiful thing, man. This once again, this is what true leadership look like. We have a transparency as far as the policies to the American people. We gave Trump a mandate. He ran on this, right? This is why he was able to kick Kamala Harris behind so easily. You think we were worried about her? You know what I'm saying? We wasn't panicked out. I was sleeping easy. I woke up in the morning. Trump was hailed the victor, you know? She could step in the arena if she want, but the DNC is broke. They're on the verge of being bankrupt, you know? Shoot, man. Don't believe the hype, you know what I'm saying, coming from CNN and all the rest of them. But ladies and gentlemen, wasn't this lovely seeing the policies working for the American people that we voted for, 77 million plus. Soon, this time, we're going to be a landslide. It's going to be so big to rig since look at it. They shut down the cheating apparatus, right? They don't have it no more like they used to, right? They're panicked out on that, though, right? You are been seeing and living a lie about Democrats, and like majority of the people in the country are Democrats. They're not. Democrat, Demo, KKK rats have never been the majority. This is why they had the cheating mechanism. Now we have shut that down. Boy, ain't that a beautiful thing, though? This is why, though, there are voter blocks with the cheating system versus these, along with the illegals, right? They don't have it anymore. We're going to take this thing, guys. Get ready, though. Buckle up, Buttercup, because it's going to go down. Boy, this is what winning looks like. This is what America First look like. And American First policies for American people. Ain't that shit? That's a Hallmark channel. Boy, I'm good. Your boy is good, man. I'm good, ain't I? Boy, I'm good. This is what it's look like, ladies and gentlemen. And they cannot defeat what is happening, what is going on, man. They trying. They want to cheat. Boy, going to shut all this down. We already have. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, no need to be panicked out. You know what I'm saying? Trump and his administration are well aware, right? They can't even get past Space Force, right? Got eyes in the sky. Boy, I tell you, man. Let me see. Is there any more, ladies and gentlemen? And I appreciate y'all for showing up in here, man. Who's been more patriotic, man? And this is what it is. ICE agents cracking down on U.S. airport. Let me see here. This is CBS. Haitian immigrant says we are facing the worst administration. ICE plan admin. You should, he's saying he's the worst. For him, sucks to be him. You should be over there in your own country building in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. What's that mind dummy, Mind dummy thought his voters were safe. Boy, we gonna pull this up, mind dummy.
All right, guys, they're taking them down in the apartment complex.
Let me go and stop this down here because it got music playing. Yep, Mondummy. Yep. 10. Well, I love it, man. They got the bounce, got the roll out, bruh. Let me see here.
It's across America.
Got music. Oh, man, look at this. Look at this, man. It's happening across America. These raids are happening for the deportation. This is nothing about no purge. Nobody want to hear what my dummy gonna say. I ain't playing him. I ain't gonna let y'all be tortured hearing this fool. He's on the verge of getting his denaturalization. It's already happening. I see the future already. Trump is allowing this to happen, in my opinion, for New York to wake America up. You have a socialist communist in power as a mayor, right? He's already been showing you. We went over this already, right? This ain't about me having to convince anybody. He's showing and convincing the Americans what he's about. He doesn't care about America. He went over there, the CCP in China paid for him and others to go to China, right? And to show a pledge. They have submitted to a communist regime in China of what they were going to do and what hot button topics to stay away from. Make China, draw China up to be this great place to go visit. Oh, China and all this. Oh, no, China. But no, it's not the case at all because it's propaganda, right? We done went over this already. Look at this. ICE targeting 3,000. Boy, we look at this. It's a beautiful thing. We already cited it on several sources, right? Even some of the ones that I don't even respect, right? Boy, it's going down, ladies and gentlemen. As Steve Urkel said, it's going down. It's going down, boy. I got to get that sound bite. I'm going to put it on there. Next time y'all hear it, it's going to say, it's going down. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I got to get, yeah, look at this, boy. Yep. That's what they doing right now, man. You got to roll, man. Got to get them up on out of here, man. America is going to be safer. It's going to be a better country, getting rid of all this scamming and stealing money and with these illegal, as you know what, drugs and other type of things. Boy, it's a beautiful day, man. This is what we call reckoning right now, man. This is called get right time, right? And if you are a patriot and you American and rock with me, we ain't trying to hear what this guy got to say. F Mondummy, because he don't love America. He's already sealed his fate when he pledged to China. Trump have all of the evidence that he needs. He's just letting them, he said, when the enemy is in the process of destroying themselves, you let them. You don't stop them. He could have stopped them on that plane, but no, you let them, right? And this is what sealed Mondomi's fate, right? He won't win, right? They're going to get his behind right up on out of there, right? Because he's already been over here. They already said that he came over here, falsified evidence to become an American citizen. And we already know. And what he's been doing, see, Trump got so many options to get him. Let's say that if he wasn't over here illegal, what Mondomi have already done, he done sealed and signed his own death warrant, right? Because what's going to happen now is that they can use this information, meeting with China, a communist country, right, that don't mean any good for Americans. He's going to be out, right? He's going to have his naturalization of his citizenship. It's going to be stripped from him. And after that, they're going to be able to pull him out of that office and arrest his butt and get him out of here, though, right? And this is what's going to happen, though. The American people have to see who the enemies are. Yeah, of course, Trump and them could have stopped it, but people wouldn't learn nothing. You got to learn, just like you found out about COVID. You found out about you found out about Joe Biden. You got to find out about Obama. They allowed this, overthrowing a duly elected president, right? With this Russia fall stuff. It was really China, but Russia, no, right? You have to understand this, right? This is why the American people voted for him. For you stupids that's on the far alt left, these are the reasons. You know, Mondomi is already a wrap for him. El Said in Michigan, you know what I'm saying? Mike Cox, we got him as a senator, right? Michigan is a red state, and it's a red state again. We whooped them in 2024, and we're going to whoop them in 2026. It's a beautiful thing. We ain't going to let no commie be in the Senate, right? Now, too bad about Wisconsin. We already know what's happening right there with that Korean lady. The name don't need to be mentioned, right? This is exactly what it is. This is what winning looks like. Going back to the deportation stuff, look at this. ICE police out here, we got to roll. We got to go on and arrest you in an SUV. How she get a chance to ride an SUV? You know what I'm saying? Got the daughter over here, got her out. It's not even fair how these illegals, they're so selfish. What about your family, right? What about your family? Look at this, an MS-13 gang. Look at her history. Look at this. Look at this. Look at her history here. Hold on for a minute. Look at this. Look at this. This is criminal history on this woman. Because Trump said he's going after the criminals first. They want to try to dress her up as being, oh my goodness, she's just some old regular woman. Oh, nope. Look at it. Criminal history. MS-13 gang member confirmed, right? She don't mean it. And you know she's from El Salvador. That's where MS-13 is out of. Trinde Alagra is from Venezuela. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no. You know, for her, yes. You know, let's go on and roll her on out. You got children too. Aren't you too old to be in the damn game? Boy, I tell you, man. Roll them out. Get them out of here. Yep. Boy, I tell you, man, look at this. It's a beautiful thing. You got the roll. Big back. Boy, I tell you got the roll, boy. Go on ahead and roll her up on out of here. Probably don't even speak English, man. This is terrible, man. Bite me, listen.
I'll let you talk to your attorneys and everything when you get over to the house. Once we get the minor taken care of with her adult sisters, we're going to end up taking this lady down.
She should have thought about that with her damn daughter. You knew they were going to be coming for you. What you thought? You going to be so slick? You over here and riding around in the SUV. It's probably the taxpayers' money anyway. How did she get a chance to ride in the SUV? I don't even drive an SUV. Look at this.
Our Delray Beach sub office.
Boy, they got the music right now. I can't play it no more. Boy, I tell you, man. Oh, my goodness. No, man. That's why I say, ladies and gentlemen, we are winning the war. 3,000, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. Daily, man. We got to roll. We got to get them numbers up higher. They talking about 20,000. Y'all read it. This is exactly what it is, man. We got to roll them on out. Roll them on out. Here's a brother right here. Hold on for a minute. Let me see there.
Do they want to get in the face of ICE agents when they're trying to
over here looking like little Bootsy, boy, a little bit. Just a little bit, looking like young Bootsy.
make an arrest? They want to make the whole thing worse. They want to embolden the criminal. They want to tell the criminal to resist arrest. They're trying to cause a scene for the news cameras so that something can go viral and make it look like what's actually happening out here isn't happening, which is you're about to see these activists are still confused over. Watch this.
I think they were just living everyday life. They were, whether they were going home or going to work or stepping out just to take some fresh air.
We learned that last week about 21 people were taken.
This is Chicago.
And
boy,
this week alone, up to today, 17 people across our community.
Listen, most Americans don't care. You know why? Because once again, you guys are illegal. You shouldn't be here in the first place. That's why these girls, the 6 or 7 girls, I think there's more of them than that. I just got ones that you show. Because of the failed, right, Jim Crow Joe and Kamala Harris policies, that's why these girls are not here no more. They're angel babies now, but that's why these girls are not here no more, because of their failed policies coming from the left. And it started with Joe Biden, right?
Have been taken.
Many question whether this lead.
You should be blaming Joe Biden, right? Trump didn't have nothing to do with this, right? It was the failed administration that brought your family over here in the first place. We're not sympathetic, though. This is America First campaign. America, right? That's all we care about. I'll go on record for saying it. America first, right? America, right? We don't care about all these other, it ain't my problem. Go home, build your country, go back to El Salvador, right? That's where you come from, right? MS-13 gang member. We supposed to sit up here and be sympathetic? Are you kidding me? Boy, and you got a daughter. You should be ashamed of yourself, right? What type of example are you setting for your child, right? Or I can be a MS-13 and be illegal and come to America, right? And steal money. She's still, man, please, man, get out of here.
This round is targeted or at random.
Ain't nobody targeted. Ain't nobody know. We don't hear about that.
They don't want to see ICE raids. They don't want to see mass arrests.
Look.
They don't want to see any of that. And what happens? ICE starts doing targeted enforcement. They've got warrants. They've got everything they're supposed to have. And now that's a problem, too. You cannot please these people. They want zero immigration enforcement. They don't want any enforcement at all.
Nope.
If ICE is doing targeted enforcement, they say that's wrong. If ICE is out there not doing targeted enforcement, they say that's wrong, too. That's because they don't want any of this stuff. And when people like the mayor of New York get out there and say that ICE has absolutely nothing to do with public safety, they're completely wrong. Listen.
I believe that ICE raids are cruel. They're inhumane. They do nothing to serve in the interests of public.
Now, I'm going to play this a little bit, though, too, because this guy have already sealed his fate, though, you know, because they got so many ways to get this guy. He's in a verge of having his naturalization citizenship to be stripped for what he have done recently, going to China, right? Paid trip over there. Man, America, y'all listening to me. You feel your boy right now, right? It's them that did it, right? They don't care about America. We do. It's an America, right? That's what we care about. If y'all been rocking with me, some of y'all have been rocking with me already. If you like my channel, please subscribe. I appreciate it very much, as well as smash that like button. Share this information, right? Because he's already on the chop block, right? He just don't know it yet.
I've shared that directly with the president. I've shared that in public. It is a feeling that many New Yorkers share.
But wait a second. If this doesn't do anything for public safety, why are people with long rap sheets getting arrested?
We're seeing our arrest numbers come up. We're seeing our deportation numbers continue to increase.
ICE, baby.
Right now, we're deporting on average over 3,000 individuals.
That's right.
Actually, the average has been for several weeks now, over 3,200 individuals a day.
Wow.
70% of those individuals we're deporting have outstanding criminal charges.
Yeah, this is coming from Cash Jordan that's doing this. So it's sort of kind of a, you know what I'm saying, reaction, sort of, you know. But I'm in agreement with him, though, really. I'm in agreement.
Charges
you
on
got to
them,
be. If you're an American, you got to be in agreement, man. Look at this. Look at him. Get him belly chains. You got the roll, bro.
Of those individuals.
You got the roll
70% of the individuals that are men and women throughout DHS arrest, being ICE, CBP, or one of our other components, 70% of those individuals have pending felony charges or are current felons that shouldn't be on our streets.
You hear that?
Felons! on the streets.
It's what I already said already. Go ahead.
How are felons on the streets somehow good for public safety? How do felons on the streets make the streets safer? I don't understand. But to understand, you've got to realize this is not about law enforcement at all. The communists, these people do not want law enforcement because you know what? Once law enforcement evaporates, once criminals are everywhere, that gives them an opportunity to step in and remake America in their image.
I'm going to say this too, that what he's not saying, I don't know. It's the first time I ran across the channel, being honest. We know the reasons as to why, right? These are their foot soldiers, right? The whole plan was under the Biden administration is to flood America with these illegals. These are their foot soldiers. In my opinion, as to what I was thinking with them, Antifa, MS-13, Tren de Alagra, and all of them, these were going to be their foot soldiers, right, to do riots, right, to try to stop and try to take over America. We were being taken over anyway for a long time with all these illegals. They planting their flags. Anytime you see flags in your city, they're already telling you that we have conquered your city, right? Right? You go to Dearborn, right? If you're here in Detroit, right? Hamtramck and all the rest of them, right? You hear seeing more mosques being built. Hearing the Ezan call for prayer in the morning time, right? 5 a.m. in the morning, right? They're letting you know that we have conquered your city, right? Even if you go as far as Minnesota, right? Minneapolis, right? You'll see them, the Twin Cities, St. Paul, right? You see all these other ones. It's letting you know when they hoist their flags up, Somali first, right? What are they doing here? They throw their flags up, letting us know, hey, we have conquered your city. We're getting in your government. We're going to work our way all the way up to the president level, right? That's what they're trying to do. But we have stopped it, right? And we're doing right now by getting rid of these damn criminals off our streets and getting them out of here with deportation. And I'm all on board with that. I would never apologize about this. Right? Your day of tyranny is over, right? That's what it is. Your Democratic Party is gone. You have been overtaken by socialist commies. I done already went over this if you watch my previous video. I draw the side-by-side comparison of what socialism is under them and communism, and it really matches up very much so. Don't let nobody else tell you otherwise, right? These people don't mean us no good in America, right? This is why we have strict policies, right, to get these criminals off the street first, and then the rest would follow, right? I'm all on board. TSA, right? ICE, our nice ICE agents. This is what winning is like, right? It's a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and play some more.
What they're trying to do is abolish the things that have kept America safe and stable for generations so that they can bring in their replacement economic system, so that can bring in their replacement system of government, so that they can bring in the idea that everything that you own and have worked your entire life for actually belongs to everyone.
They hate capitalism, right? They're going to go and seize your stuff, seize your businesses, right? All in the name of, and that's what they've been doing. I went over this already. The Mon Dummy been saying this, right? This is the reason. You already know. 80 million strong. Y'all know it's pretty evident who you gonna vote for, right? Trump, because you ain't got no other choice. Whether you hate Trump, but you got to vote for Trump. If you want to have a future here in America, right? Y'all are capitalists, right? You mean to tell me, because that's what they're saying, season of property, right? Season of your actual hard-earned work as private businesses and so forth that's being taken. It's already happened in New York, right? They already got a state-funded store. They don't tell you where the money coming from. It's coming from what? Who? Capitalists. In order for socialist programs to work, it's off the backs of capitalism, and they won't never tell you that. They ain't communists or socialists ain't never built a system by themselves, right? It's always about ripping off and taking money from the capitalists. You don't have no history in the world where socialism worked, right? All this European nations, the tax dollars, our dollars went over there, right? That's what it is. You done found out the truth now. They didn't do it on their own push. Name a Scandinavian country that have done it off their own push without the help of America, right? You can't say it. You can't name it. Boy, I tell you.
What else?
Go ahead.
Because they don't believe in any private property. That's where the city-run grocery stores come in. That's where the empty jails come in.
Right.
This is all being done to set up a circumstance.
And they believe in open borders. They don't leave that out.
That gets people dissatisfied with America and says, you know what, let's tear the whole thing down start over.
Immigration and borders control are necessary to preserving a nation. They are necessary to maintaining the rule of law. These are laws passed by Congress. These have...
Ain't that Russell dude?
Been on the books for 50 years.
Right.
This has been the law of the country for your entire life and probably your entire parents' life as well. The idea that a enforcement of those laws that were written into, they were voted on by the popular, the popular vote. They won in a presidential election. I would say the party that represents those values controls all three branches of government, and a majority of people, it seems like, want to have all illegal aliens deported. By all polling, all aliens should be deported.
Right. But you see, that's what's so ridiculous about people like the 34-year-old mayor of New York City, who is the leader of the Democrat Party, getting out there and saying that this is wrong and we're going to fight this and this does nothing for public safety. And, we're a city of immigrants, conflating the idea of legal immigration with illegal immigration, just combining that. Yep, there's no such thing as legal or illegal. They realize that right here, immigration enforcement is the line in the sand between having a country and not having a country.
I'm going to say this too, that may not have been said. It's going to be very difficult trying to get into a debate with these people, right? I'm talking about for them, because they are the ones that got to prove to all of America that their policies support America, which it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So I believe, in my opinion, Trump is allowing them to do what they do best, right? Because any politician could wipe the floor. I will wipe the floor with these morons right over here on the far left, right? Because they're already letting you know, like Mondummy and the rest of them, that way we don't rock with America first. It's about immigrants first, foreigners first, and all other type of stuff. Seizing of your private property, right? And so forth, right? This is what it's about. That's going to be very difficult to defend, right? They cannot defend it, right? And this is like, man, it's like bringing the pigs to the slaughterhouse, man. Oh my goodness, man. There's many capitalists here in America, man. It turned them off. If New York was doing so well, why are the businesses are leaving? Why are people leaving out? They going to Florida and Texas and other red states, right? They're letting you know, hey, this is what they're saying is they're doing this to who? Mondummy and the people in his administration, right? They are leaving by the droves, right? They're losing businesses. And for y'all that can't get out of New York, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be hard on you because you got to pull the money from somewhere. Kathy Hochul, the governor over there, ain't she on the chop block for her job as a governor, right? She's a failed person as well, too. If it wasn't for her giving them money, remember Mondummy was begging for money before that, before Kathy Hochul gave it to him? He was over there begging. If you was the genius, you would already have a system already. But it's off the backs of capitalists, right? That's what they're not telling you, right? Off the backs of capitalism, right? Your brother knows what he's talking about, right? They try to pigeonhole me, try to say that I'm uneducated and everything. And here it is. For a low IQ a person can see this, man. Look at it, what it is, man. Who's winning and who's losing, right? We are winning. They are losing. They expose themselves. These are idiots, though, man. You can't make this stuff up, man. That's why we're just looking at it right now, man. How can we run a country under communism? How do we do it? We can't. History showed us already. It's just the people that don't know the history, they think this is the greatest thing ever. Look at the young people. Oh, yeah, we got to go after the 1%. We got to go after people in the billionaires, in this case, billionaires and trillionaires. They know what they're talking about Elon, right? But they never talk about them being millionaires. Mondummy never had a job before. Trust fund, baby, born into wealth, right? What does he know? And it's obvious he doesn't know anything. Shoot. Any of y'all could have ran New York better than this clown, right? Oh, my goodness, well, man. I'm attacking his policies, right? I'm calling him out for the hypocrite and the coward that he really is. Because if he was a real man, but he's not, he's taking orders by who? China, right? China. That's who they doing, right? Because if what's said ain't so, we all know it is, though. Y'all DMs on the far left is over for you. It's over. Just admit it. You cannot win an argument or a debate at this point trying to back this stuff up, trying to make it a socialism, which is really is just communism, right? I already went over the policies already. Over the other day, I pulled up what? It was like, what they called it, for the Communist Manifesto, the 10-point system, what they believe in. And we also went over the socialist 10-point system. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? They mirror up just fine. Watch my other live I did. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, watch my other live, and you can see it for yourself. You can see it for yourself. And you will see for yourself, hey, this lines up. Or anybody listening to that crap and stuff, ICE and stuff, boy, they are doing great. You know what I'm saying? Look at this, man. Boy, I tell you, cracking down.
Because if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. If you're not going to enforce a nation's laws, starting at the border, how are you going to enforce those laws?
He's saying we won't have a country. And we over here, this is why we are taking back America. All of us. Trump needed our help.
Once people are inside, you see, getting to come into a country and break the law to get in, just tell someone that, yeah, you can do whatever you want here. I mean, that.
Brother, you got to bounce, brother, you know. Yeah, from the profile, it does look a lot like Bootsy, Lil Bootsy.
That is a recipe.
For those that don't know, Lil Bootsy is a rapper, you know.
For absolute mayhem and disaster. And we need these laws to maintain law and order in our country. And
look at her behind, man. You know, Ada Alvarez, right? Look at her. MS-13 gang member confirmed, man. Are you kidding me? And you got your daughter, man.
Once people are in the country without permission, if they come into the country and they commit other crimes, that's not helping. It's not helping the middle class. That's not helping somebody struggling with an affordability crisis to have people living down the hall from them in their New York City apartment who aren't even supposed to be here, who've taken an apartment off the market.
Boy, and she put her daughter at risk. You know what I'm saying? Your daughter is seeing you arrested in cuffs.
It may have taken a job out of the local economy when that's a job in an apartment that somebody else could have. You see, the reason these blue cities that say that they're sanctuaries and their goal is to protect as many immigrants as possible, not mentioning again that some of these people are even here illegally, the reason they've got such an affordability crisis is because they let people live in their cities who aren't supposed to be here. They let crime flourish, which benefits criminals and hurts the law abiding. And what did these activists and these sanctuary politicians tell us? They said, you know what? We don't have a problem with immigration enforcement if it's concentrated on people who've done something wrong. Really?
Felons that shouldn't be on our streets. So when we go after the worst of the worst.
And I want you guys to pay close attention. This is why I got that photo up here of it's actually more than 6 of these ladies. And some of them was as young as 7 years old. Right? And the one that's in the middle that you guys see right here, Jocelyn Nugare, she was only 12 years old. She was only 12 years old. And it was a man from Venezuela, right? And it's just horrible what they did to that girl. And that's why she's not here no more, right? That's why I put the photo up, because of their failed policies from the Biden, right? Jim Crow Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, right? You hear me? That's what it is, though, right? Go tell her I said it.
Which is exactly what we're doing. Yep. We're saving lives, but sanctuary cities create a safe haven for criminal activity.
Oh, they do.
And it shouldn't take place. Regardless of what your opinion is about this administration, regardless of what your opinion is, if you're a Republican or Democrat, we should all agree we should want safe streets and safe cities.
And that doesn't happen in a place that tells criminals that they get a free pass. And you know something? That's exactly what's happening in New York City right now. If you're in New York City illegally and the New York City police arrest you, they're not allowed to tell ICE. They're not allowed to say, hey, we've got this person. They're not supposed to be in the country. They're in our custody. Would you you like to come pick them up? Nope. They don't do that at all. And you know what that tells these criminals? That tells them, hey, if I'm going to go somewhere and commit crime, why don't I go to a place where I can be put through a revolving door justice system and be back out on the streets immediately, and the federal government doesn't even know that.
Sanctuary cities was designed to protect the voters, right? I mean, their voter block. I'm sorry, their voter block. That's what it was designed to do. That's why, because they need those criminals, right, to carry out along with Antifa, right? And we already know this is the playbook coming from the far left commies, right? That's what they were. That's the reason why they're over here as well, along with these other illegals that come in here, right? You know, nobody see it, because everything is this. Every single illegal is a criminal, right? That is exactly what it is, because they came over here illegally. Not legal, but illegal.
But I'm there. I should go to that place and set up shop versus a place like Florida, where in some cases local police have been deputized by ICE to help enforce immigration law.
You hear that? That's why Florida and these other places in Texas, they're not having these issues like New York, Chicago, whatever your sanctuary cities are, California. They're not having these type of issues like this, right? They're not. You know, but the ones Chicago and all, they are having these issues. But the ones that are not sanctuary, they're not having these issues at all. You know what I'm saying? And we're talking about, once again, we're talking about like Florida, right? Texas, and some of these other southern states, right? That are red states, right? Their governments are in compliance with who? The President of the United States, right? This is why they have get their funding. They get their other type of things when it comes down to policies. And this is why a lot of people are moving to the red states. The blue states, once again, have failed. They don't know how to budget, right? They always over budget. They over promise, undeliver, and then they blame it on Trump. That's the playbook by coming from the far left. They always do this, right? They don't have one policy that can help or benefit from when it comes down to the American people, man. That's why the detractors that come in this room, they always try to change the goalposts, man, all the time, man.
That situation there, if you're a criminal and you're not supposed to be here and you get arrested in a place where the local cops are cooperating with ICE and can enforce immigration law, you're going to get deported. You're not even going to see a judge in this country because you're not even supposed to be in this country. That's how this should work. There should be a consequence, but these sanctuary cities, they're setting up a reward, which is why we've got criminals and gangs in these places that use them as their home base.
People were arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Chicago. Another 17 people have been arrested so far this week. This is according to the Sun-Times. Immigration lawyers telling Block Club that the recent arrests appear to be targeted in contrast to arrests during Operation Midway Blitz we saw, which was mostly made up of day laborers, landscaping workers, and street vendors. Nationally, at the end of June, there was a sharp surge in ICE arrests, 10,000 in just 5 days. Advocates in Chicago saying being informed and knowing where ICE is operating is key to staying safe right now.
You know what else is key to staying safe right now? Someone should tell these activists the key to staying safe is to obey the law and not break the law and not build a city that tells people who break the law they can come there and that the city will help them hide.
I was just about to mention that. It's just common sense. How are they going to defend when it comes down to the debates? How are they going to defend their position on this type of stuff, man? They can't, right? They can't.
From the federal government who's trying to make the streets safe. And that's what's got these activists so upset about these traffic stops and this traffic enforcement. Because you know something? If you want to live in America, you've got to get on the road. And you've got to go to work, or you've got to go to the grocery store. You've got to do something that involves the road. And if ICE is out there on the road waiting for you, you're going to have a big problem. Getting in your car is no longer a good idea if you're here illegally. And if you're in a city that vows to protect you and is full.
Yeah, because they can run the plates. They got computers in their cars. We already know that. That was a reason for the upgrades with the actual license plates anyway. They got technology on these cars, these police cars, ICE cars, and so forth. As soon as they hit that plate, scan that plate, they already got your information. They know who you are or whatever. I mean, they already know. You still got to produce license, registration, proof of insurance, but they already have the technology. They've been had it, though.
Of activists, well, guess what?
And let this be a message for these guys that are illegals. I'm educating you illegals. If you are driving, that doesn't make you safe, right? Because when these ICE people roll up on you and they look at them plates, boy, you're going to be in trouble.
Can't hide if you got to go down the street. You can't hide if you got to go to the grocery store. You can't hide if you got to come back to your apartment at one point. But even though this is all above board and ICE is going after people who've committed crimes, they know who they're after. They know that these are gang members. They know that these are individuals who shouldn't even be in America. And even though we've got plenty of footage of what the inside of these detention facilities are actually like, and this whole process is incredibly transparent, that's not stopping the mobs from getting out in front of these places and chanting that whatever's going on inside is inhumane.
If you look up, you may see it too. Our camera is rolling on the federal detention facility in downtown Miami. We saw...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is so weak. And they're going to try to run this on the debate, how ICE detention centers and how the illegal or aliens are, how they're being treated, you know. They've heard this lie before, though. None of them never been inside of an ICE detention agency, though, man. And they already showed pictures of how they were being treated. But they want to still bring this victimhood sob story, and they're just losing. The people are so offended. Americans have been offended with these far leftists, man. Even the people that used to be Democrat, moderates and all, they are offended with these people, man. They're saying, what the? And it's just, I mean, you know, because you know your party has been taken over. I'm talking about the people that that's been a Democrat. Some of you been a Democrat all your life until recent, because you're saying, shoot, I can't even roll down this, I can't ride down this tunnel, man, because this is crazy. Going down this hole here, hell no. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Their messages. We even saw them waving. So did them. Their husbands, part of a larger population of immigrants, once at the now shut down Alligator Alcatraz, now detained here.
Okay.
These women first speaking to us a week ago, claiming their husbands were being held here in conditions they believe are in.
Why don't y'all go back home? They're being deported. Go with your husband. Go with your husband, because this is on deaf ears at this point. You know what your husbands are. They are violent gangs, and y'all were dumb to marry them in the first place. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. If you care about your husband and family so much, get your behind on that plane, self-deport as well, or whatever you got to do, so you can be with your husband over in there in Venezuela. Or El Salvador. You got every opportunity, though. Get on that plane so you can be with your husband. You can't raise a child, because right now you're going to be a single mama while your husband have been deported in another country, back to your country, right? You may as well go over there and be with them. I'm advocating them for that. Go with your children and be with your husband. That way y'all can have a family again, right? Right? Y'all did this.
Humane.
So they shut down the Alligator Alcatraz in Florida because it served its purpose and it helped get people out of the country quickly who came in recently and weren't even supposed to be here. They removed people from those structures, which, remember, everybody said, oh, this Alligator Alcatraz, it's such a disaster. They got people, they got them living in tents. This is terrible. Meanwhile, everything was air conditioned. It was a nice facility. They've now moved people to a freestanding building, which has air conditioning and is in the center of downtown Miami and is in an actual structure, and that's not good enough either. And to understand how this works, you've got the activists. They say they don't want raids and sweeps. They want targeted enforcement. And then when targeted enforcement happens, they say, oh, we don't want...
And let's be clear. Some of these people are Antifa, right? Let's go ahead and name it, right? Some of these so-called activists, are Antifa.
Not that either. And then when people are detained in one place, they say that place is wrong. And when they're detained in another place, they say that place is wrong. Meanwhile, everybody who's detained can still get $3,000 and a plane ticket and leave immediately if they don't want to stay and fight.
That's a poor breakdancing thing. We used to break dance, but he's horrible, man. Grown-ass man he's going to break something, all right.
The conditions under which they were detained by ICE. Everybody can leave. Nobody's a prisoner. Nobody has to stay in these places unless they want to. Every single person getting arrested by ICE, whether it's at a traffic stop or at their apartment or wherever a fugitive is encountered by law enforcement who is looking for them, none of these individuals have to go through a process that is any...
This guy here was also associated. Let me play that back. Look at it. Got it. Look at it.
A fugitive is encountered by law enforcement who is looking for them. None of...
A Honduran. Look at it. He's associated with the MS-13, right? Transnational gang. and they have this data. They got this information. This guy was on their watch list, man. If you don't want to be on the watch list, get on that CPP app and go ahead and self-deport. You still can do that. You even getting paid to leave, right? Roll you and your family out now before it's too late. But you think your woman gonna sit over here while you over in another country, right? Deported and all that. There ain't no way to run no family, right? Because you know she gonna be with another man. I'm just gonna tell a lot of these guys right now, if you are illegal right now, your woman gonna be with another man. You know what I'm saying? She gonna be in somebody's bed, you know? Don't believe the hype, you know? Because she writing to you and stuff like that, you know? Come on now. Don't be that naive. Roll you and your family out now while you still can, right? Because it got to be frustrating for you to be back home in a country that you can never return to, right? And you're going to try to have a family like that? Long-term family? They don't work. Long-term family don't work, right? It just doesn't. Boy, I tell you, man, y'all got some decision making, because they come and get you. You ain't gonna never return. And we want them to come and get you.
These individuals have to go through a process.
This is another dude. Look at Luis, look at him. Oh my goodness. Criminal history, MS-13, another one. And we supposed to be sympathetic to you. You should have known better than joining the game. You joined one because you probably didn't have no daddy, right? And what you're doing is not good. You got a family. Most of them got a family. They start their families young in the Latino community, right? And you want to make your wife a baby mama. Because she's not going to, as I said before, she ain't going to wait on you. She got to get it from somewhere, right? Being real. Look at this.
Longer than they themselves make it. And that's what's got people angry. They don't want to see tactics that work. They want to paint ICE as being these inhumane goons.
They tried that and they failed. Majority of the people, 80 million strong and growing, are going to vote for Trump when it come down to, some of you already have voted. I'll be voting as well too, Yeah, because we got early voting today. And then, August the 4th or whatever, already know what my decision is, It's straight Trump. We don't rock with people on the left. Nope. Far left, crazy, whacked out policies.
That are running around, not telling people what their rights are, but they tell people what their rights are. They tell them what they're being arrested for. There's no confusion over why gang members are winding up in the back of police cars. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, this is exactly what it is, though, man. You know what I'm saying? So we talking about deported, right? 10,000 of them and more, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate you guys for coming into the chat. This has been a beautiful thing here. I'm very patriotic, I love America and things like that. And this stuff is gaining more attraction than ever before, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see here. What's this? Let me back this up a little bit. I think we have another one. We talked about Mondumi and all the rest of them. Let me see here. ICE plan to target Haitians for the temporary status. We went over that and things. The Haitians losing the TPS. We talked about that. We talked about ICE Air instead of Con Air. ICE Air, we're rolling them up on out on that big, beautiful Boeing jet or whatever it is. They're going to be rolled up on out of here. You know what I'm saying? Trump administration builds a new ICE, let's see here, it says here, ICE facility to speed up deportations. Let's go and check it out.
This morning, the Trump administration has new plans to expand deportation efforts. Immigration and Customs Enforcement will soon open a new migrant holding facility in Louisiana, allowing the federal government to speed up deportations of illegal aliens. The new facility is expected to have 528 beds in Alexandria, one of the nation's largest deportation hubs. ICE described the facility as a staging area and says migrants will only be there a few days at most. It could open and be operational as early as next month. Nice. And in California, the Department of Homeland Security now owns two of the state's largest immigrant detention centers. One is in Bakersfield, the other's in San Diego County.
We need them.
DHS officials say this will provide federal agents with greater resources to carry out Trump's immigration and enforcement agenda without relying on private prison companies.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, don't you just love it? This is what real leadership looks like. This is what we're looking at it, our chief, right? Boy, our commander-in-chief, President Donald J. Trump, this is what you see. This is what we call transparency policies, right? No hiding, right? Coming after the people. The ICE agents are all in these sanctuary cities and stuff, rounding them up. We've seen little footages of it, though, you know. Boy, I tell you, man, the largest, deportation, right? Trump said it was going to happen, though, you know. And I'm just saying again, I got to keep putting it out, boy, Tom Homan and them, because they're still under pressure. They got to get these numbers up even higher. We got to climb it up from 3,000. We want to get them up to 20,000. Then we want to get them up to 100,000, and we can do it. We can really do it, though. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and talk and listen to what Tom Homan has to say.
Traffic stops, but was met with swift resistance from the president, who says stopping the practice would play into criminals' hands. I tend to agree. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is the one and only border czar, Tom Homan.
Tom Homan.
All right, Mr. Homan.
All right.
We've known each other for a long time. Yes, and you know I'm a big fan of your work, right?
Yes.
So I fired off a couple of tweets this week because I was a little upset, right? And I think the president was also, you know, and I don't know the discussions that happen internally, but this notion of stop.
Then they're going to be kicking in the doors, putting them on the floors, making sure they don't come back no more. You know what I'm saying? But this is exactly what we need. You know what I'm saying? Kicking in the doors, the political doors, you know, putting them down on the floor, you know, making sure they don't come back no more. Boy, I tell you, man, Tom Homan.
Stopping traffic stops. And then now we're hearing that perhaps they're going to resume, but that one of the agents has to have a body cam. We know not all agents have body cams, which leads me to believe that perhaps some traffic stops will be paused for that reason. I want to give you a chance to set that record straight so the American people know what's going on in terms of these traffic stops and why there was maybe this miscommunication with the White House and Secretary Mullen on what happened there.
Well, look, traffic stops are back on. And that is true. You got to have a body camera during a traffic stop, which I like. I want all agents to have body cameras.
Yeah, we don't have no problem with it.
Exonerate agents 90% of the time, right? It tells the truth. And why hasn't everybody have a body camera? Because the Democrats shut down the government. In that budget, there's $120 million more to buy body cameras.
Y'all remember that?
They said we had money before, but we didn't have money to do the storage, right? We didn't have money to hire people to do the thousands of Freedom of Information Act requests we're going to get. So we didn't have the money. So they held it up. If they would have not shut down the government, first of all, we'd have a lot more arrests and removals because they shut us down for months. And second of all, everybody would have a camera. So I think it makes sense to have cameras. And I think, you know, I talked to Mark Wayne Mullen. I think his biggest concern when he made that decision was the safety of officers, because with the threats with vehicles up nearly 2,000%, at what point will we not be quick enough? Then we'll go and bury an ICE agent, right? So I think he wanted to make sure, do they have the training or not? Do they have everything they want? Person Trump came in, he made a decision. So traffic stops are back on. And the camera deployment, I saw the plan the other day, there's a plan for deployment. Right now we're training the trainers, so when the cameras get to the field offices, they'll immediately be deployed.
And I love the idea of having the body cams because you're exactly right. It gives the public an opportunity to see what's going on so the left can't run away with the narrative. Here's my concern, and then I'm going to turn it over to my friends here on the panel. I have a lot of questions for you. I'm going to try to keep it brief, though. I'm really somebody who voted on mass deportations. I want them to happen. I don't want just arrests. I want deportations, right? And I think a lot of mega voters agree with me, and they're going to be voting in November. Right. And I think that with all the holdups that the Democrats give us in terms of everything on this president's agenda, including Save America Act, it feels like the one thing that we could possibly carry out beyond just closing down the border, which the president has done and you have done and has been fantastic, is the promise of these mass deportations. Now, there's been rumblings that perhaps now it's just targeted. Now it's just we're going to go after the worst of the worst, which I want them out too, but that perhaps this goal of mass deportations is not the mission anymore under this secretary. So I want to give you a chance to explain to the American people where we are in that process.
Mass deportations is still the plan. But prioritization of the worst of the criminals doesn't mean we forget about everybody else. And let me give you a clear example of where we're at. So 60% of everybody we're arresting right now is a criminal, 40% are non-criminals. So we are arresting a lot of non-criminals. I think 60% criminal, 40% non-criminal is actually better than 40% non-criminal, 60% non-criminal. I just think it's better. But the numbers are what they are. Now, a few months ago, people were screaming and yelling.
The numbers are down. Well, the government was shut down. DHS was shut down. But what happens when we got the reconciliation bill passed? Right now, we're up 40% over last year. So everybody says last year was a good year. It's a historic year last year. We arrested, deported more people than any president in history last year. Right now, we're on a track of beating that by 40% right now. In June, ICE arrested more illegal aliens in June than any month in history. I looked at the number this morning. July looks like it's tracking to beat June. So look, we're hitting on all cylinders right now. We're doing a great job. But when it comes to removals, we had record number of removals last year. But here's what people don't understand. They say, we want more, we want more, we want more. It's not a simple case of arresting, deporting. There's a process to find them, and there's a whole process between the arrests and deportations. What people don't understand, despite all the pushback we're getting right now, there's over 100 nationwide injunctions against us for arrests, detention, removals. Over 100. That's more nationwide injunctions than every president in the history of this nation combined.
Y'all hear that? And this is why it's very, very obvious and clear who to vote for. I'm just saying, right? 80 million strong and growing. What is this? We are Flintstone kids. We are Trump kids. 10 million. What's it? we nice. 80 million strong and growing. Yeah, this is exactly what it is. This is why this has to happen. And then I'm going to show you what's happening in Spain once again, because Spain has mass immigration like never before, man. Oh, my goodness. And that was actually us. Y'all remember? That was us.
So it's an all-out assault on the Trump administration. So we got over 100 nationwide injunctions. The government was shut down for months. We have a record number of habeas cases filed by radical judges, where I was told yesterday the number is around 65,000 people that we arrested that we had to release because of habeas cases out of radical judges. So there's a lot we're fighting against, but more than any other president. But even though we have all those struggles with the courts and the open borders agenda, we're still breaking records.
And we're glad to hear.
That's a beautiful thing. We're still breaking records of all that stuff. We got these radical, as you know what, judges, right? That was put in place since the Clinton administration, though, right? They serve who? The deep state. They are puppets, right? These are radicals. They probably got something on them. Could be St. James. We don't know. It could be something, right? Obviously, for them to be a radical, as you know what, right? They were put in there purposely, right? I want to show you guys once again. Let's look at Spain real quick and they entry into this country. Boy, I tell you, Spain, right? Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Spain, immigrants, right? Boy, update, boy, I tell you, crisis is more or less is what it is. Boy, they are coming in. Boy. Let me see here. This was 2 days ago. Deadly, they call it migrant crisis. Multiple dead at the border, right, between Mexico and Spain, though, ladies and gentlemen. 50K. Look at this, though. This is what CNN is reporting, though. And y'all know I don't like CNN, but let me see here.
Dented, and you could see that in how overwhelmed Spain's border guards and officials were.
50,000. They know the numbers are going to go up even more.
Officials on Thursday calling for the Spanish government to declare a state of emergency, and the government itself deploying additional troops to Ceuta in order to support.
Spain don't have no military, right? They've been more, they haven't been involved in any of our wars, anything. They really, it was bound to happen. Right? If you are in Spain right now, you better start packing, man. They're already showing reports how they've been coming in on these people that are already Spanish citizens and stuff like that, kicking in, breaking in and everything. And that was about to be us, though, One thing about it, though, a lot of Americans have not forgotten where their weaponry are, you know what I'm saying? So especially, Texas and some other places that got some extreme protection laws, right? Stepping on property, stand your ground and stuff like that. Boy, I tell you. But it's a wrap for them. I'm showing this to you guys to show you we sort of, kind of, actually been there. In fact, we have way more invasion than Spain did.
In that response effort, as you mentioned, with regards to the cause behind this surge of migrants attempting to cross the border, and the figure
they're coming in.
Is an estimate,
and that's what the far left wants to do. They want to bring these people in, though, y'all. They've been coming into your homes, your children. As you mentioned,
Pedro Sanchez,
right?
the Prime Minister, did give
UK is a wrap.
Just in the last few
Spain
hours,
is a wrap.
He believes that human traffickers, smuggling rings
Australia's
have exploited and misunderstood a Supreme Court ruling which was handed down earlier this month in Spain, which essentially...
Poland is the only one that's holding down the fort, man. Shout out to Poland. You know what I'm saying? They're not going for it. They should pull that up too, but Poland is not going for it. But Spain is no more, ladies and gentlemen. They have been conquered.
It prohibits authorities from immediately returning migrants who have crossed into Spain via sea crossing without due process. Now, it is understood that
Spain, you had an opportunity with Trump. You blew it. And now that this is happening, your country is no more. You know, we know the history with Morocco, the Moors, and all the rest of it. It's a wrap. I'm just saying, it's a wrap.
Potentially, individuals who crossed yesterday and even today may have been misled that this meant automatic or immediate acceptance of status within Spain if indeed they do cross over by water. And the vast majority of those who did cross over yesterday are believed to have travelled by sea. And of course, we've been hearing from some of those individuals speaking to reporters on the ground. They
spread the word. They say, yeah, Spain don't have no border no more. We can go into Spain, you know, and that's exactly what they're doing, you know. It's a wrap. It's a wrap, man. Oh, my gosh, it's a wrap, man. You know, in Spain, there's a far leftist political leadership over there. They have failed their people. They don't have a real standing military. That military they show is it's just nothing more than window dressing, man. They don't hold no real military or whatever like that. That's why Spain is getting slapped around right now, man. You know what I'm saying? It sucks to be a person in Spain, man. It sucks to be. I'm so glad, boy. This is America, ain't it? Boy, I tell you, look at this.
At sea for 2 to 4 hours even, and this was a very risky crossing as well. More than a dozen people at this point
taking over. Look at this.
Killed as a result. So
yeah, they're taking over.
Certainly a very worrying.
You're gonna lose your culture. You're gonna lose your identity. And everything that used to be for Spanish people is no more. Because they were taking the resources over here when they were allowed to come over here. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? You know, it's a wrap for them. If you are from Spain descent, you ain't got no country no more, man.
Development, and this has drawn backlash, as you mentioned, from some European leaders with regards to the security of Europe's coastal shores. We've been hearing...
They're going to turn this whole thing into an Islamic country like they did before with the Moors, man. It's going to be much worse, though. Just like with the browning of UK with this Islamic thing and all the rest of it. It's a wrap, man.
For example, from the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, who has threatened, in her words, to take extraordinary measures, potentially, including excluding Spain from the visa-free Schengen travel zone if the situation is not...
Yeah, they're going to do it anyway. Because nobody going to... Who going to want to visit Spain? Who anybody visit Spain... That's the old Spain. You don't want to go there now. I'm telling you, though. You don't want to go to Barcelona, Madrid. You know, you can't go as far as Mallorca, you know, because, hey, all those was beautiful. Those are beautiful areas over there, man. You know what I'm saying? You have to have some money to live in Mallorca, man. But now, hey, it's a wrap, man. It's a wrap.
Handled. France's Interior Minister has also said that France is stepping up its security on the border with Spain. But at this...
Y'all remember Ibiza, where all the young kids used to go? It's a wrap. Now, I bet you ain't going to go to Ibiza now, you know? You ain't taking a trip to Ibiza. No.
Stage, the Spanish government has said that they have maintained communication with the Moroccan government and authorities. The communication has been smooth. And important to note, the Spanish government has said that already they believe around 25,000 of those migrants have returned.
Look at this, though, man. Look at this. Look at this, though. They are coming, ladies and gentlemen. They are pouring into here. Look at it. When you look at the map, for those that don't know geography, right? You see they call Morocco North Africa. You know what I'm saying? Right here. This was the history of what they used to call the Moors, right? Right here. There's already been a history with the Moroccans and the Spanish, right? They've been conquered with Islam. That's why you see the Islamic architecture and all that. They went as far as Italy. People know history, know what we're talking about. Look at it. Boy, y'all been invaded, boy, with your leftists, right? This is why, because your leftist policies, your leftist leaders don't care nothing about the Spanish people. I'm just, look at this. Estimated 50,000 immigrants, right? These are illegals, right? That's what we call them. Look at this.
Morocco, and they expect
oh,
that
my
figure
goodness.
to rise. Christina?
Boy, I tell you.
Extraordinary and incredible pictures, images that we.
Yeah, this time Spain has its reverse rush of it's this bull. See what CNN? I hate CNN news. It ain't no reversal because their government in Spain is so far left, alt-left, it's unreal, right? There's no opposition. There's no conservative pushback. It's all liberal. That's why they're allowing this to happen. When we're going to flood the zone, get a lot of these illegals over here, aliens into their country, man. Spain, you have been conquered. And all because of who? Your so-called leaders that never had your back, man. You know, they didn't have Trump's back with Iran. And that's why I said, ain't karma ain't that a bitch? Boy, I tell you.
Nada Bashir, thank you very much. Viva España! Viva España! Let's bring in Judith Sunderland. She is the Senior Associate Director in the Refugee and Migrant Rights Division at Human Rights Watch. Judith, thank you so much for joining us.
First, and I ain't got time for spin news, but I just want to show you guys some of this stuff because, you know, they're going to try to spin it. You know that they always do. Hold on for a minute. Look at that one here, boy. You know, they coming in.
A humanitarian crisis
coming
developed
in.
on the North
I don't like
African
Channel 7
coast.
either.
At least 34 migrants have died trying to get to Spain from Morocco. ABC's Sophie Flay shows you their desperate attempts.
Look at this.
This morning, the deadly chaos as a new migrant crisis unfolds in Europe.
Man, look at, man.
Thousands of people from Africa, many of them swimming for hours, have poured into a small territory of Spain. Some wearing wetsuits.
Does that look like any resistance to me? We went through this before, guys. Y'all remember?
Inner tubes.
Do I need to remind us?
Others.
If you don't get into those polls, I'm just saying, because we already seen this before coming from the alt-left, far left, right? Look at them.
Including children, climbed over barbed wire.
That wire can scratch everybody. They said no.
Mobilizing its military. Officials confirmed.
What's wrong with Morocco? What's going on over there where these people got to run from Morocco to come over here, right? It don't make any sense. And all the other Islamic countries, what's wrong with your country? Well, you got to flee it when you should be building it, right? What's the deal? Look at this.
People have died. The migrants poured into Ceuta, a Spanish territory situated on Morocco's northern coast.
Ooh,
making it a
boy, you
gateway
can't
to the
make this
European
stuff up,
Union.
boy. I tell you, man, this is
struggling to control the massive crowds, mostly young men. Many running through the streets. One migrant describes the conditions he says drove him to leave Morocco.
How is Spain, right, going to be able to support this? How are they going to support this stuff money-wise? You know what I'm saying? That's the question right there. How is their economy going to support this, man? Oh my goodness!
Good medicine, and we don't have a good teachers, and it's a bad life.
Whose fault is this? They justify why. Well, we got to come to Spain because we don't have good medical and all this other stuff. Man, you can't make this stuff up, man.
The flood of migrants comes just weeks after Spain's Supreme Court ruled.
Showing y'all, man, because, you know, and don't forget, if the Dems ever get into power, we're going to see this, not, was it 2.0 and 3.0, man? If they get in power, they're going to impeach Trump, right? They're going to go after I'm telling you right now, man, what's to come. That's why it's so important to go to these polls and vote. Let your voice be heard, right? This is what it is, right? Right here.
You return to their home countries without due process. The White House responding saying, President Trump has long warned Europe what would happen if they continue to implement far-left globalist policies, including enabling mass migration. Italy's prime minister also reacting, threatening to suspend an agreement with Spain that allows travel between most European countries without routine border controls. Sophie Flay, ABC News.
Yeah, guys, it's official. It's official, man. And this is why we backed a strong leader, which is Donald J. Trump. He said it on his policy once again that he was going to shut down that border. It would be a mass, right, deportation than the world have ever seen. Ain't nobody deported more people than under Trump's administration, man. You know, and we getting the numbers up even high, over 1 million, right? Boy, I tell you, man, Europe has fallen. Check this out, though. Look at this.
Well, now it is time for the debrief. Europe has fallen. I'm about to show you the consequences of the mass migration, open borders, multiculturalism experiment. This is Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta, where thousands of migrants have invaded the coast, breaching Morocco's border.
Look at that. Do you want this? Do we want this in America again? Do we want this? Or do we want what? Or do we want this? You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that, right? There it is. We got a solution for it. See, Europe doesn't. They don't have a solution for this stuff, right? The globalists, this is their plan, mass what? Migration into these countries, right? Right? To flood the zone, right? That's the only thing, because they know the people are not filling them in these countries no more. Let me show y'all, let's go and pull up Spain, right? Let's get Spain in the house, man. I mean, not Spain, I'm sorry. Let's go and get Poland. Hold on for a minute. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, boy. Right? Let me see here. Poland, immigration borders. There we go. Some of you guys are Polish background, Dzień dobry, you know. Oh, my goodness. They shut the border down. This is Poland, guys, right here. Let me see here. It says here, Poland steps up patrol as migrants attempt to cross over. Look at this. Look at this. They got an answer
for it. This morning,
a
migrant and refugee caravan on the road on the edge of Europe. Hundreds of people in Belarus make their way to the border with Poland.
Headed
their
to
ultimate
Belarus.
Destination. The Polish government has said thousands are now gathering close to the border post near Kusnica.
Look at this. Y'all people from Poland, y'all know what I'm talking about. Your brother know what he's talking about. I'm your brother.
A few hours later, with tensions mounting, migrants start collapsing small trees onto the fence. Others, surprisingly well equipped, start cutting the wire with poles.
They're going to walk across that logs and enter into Poland. See, look at this.
The Poles have deployed around 12,000 troops to patrol an exclusion zone.
Yeah, Spain can't do it.
That runs along the border area. Lithuania to the north has proposed a state of emergency and is also deploying extra soldiers to its border with Belarus.
Y'all Europeans, you better secure those borders, man, because you ain't going to have a country. Your country is going to fall like the UK. It's going to fall like Spain. It's going to fall like Germany. It's going to fall like France if something is not being taken care of, man. That's what I'm saying. Boy, I tell you, look at this.
This is hybrid information warfare, the culmination of a Belarusian policy to weaponize migrant misery, to punish neighboring countries supporting sanctions against the regime. Take this family, literally stuck between Belarusian forces in balaclavas,
they begging to come, look at it.
Them one way, and Polish soldiers on the other side of the fence
roll out,
trying to stop them.
Yep, cannot.
According to Belarusian opposition, as well as wanting to punish neighboring countries and divide the EU, Lukashenko wants to distract.
It is to distract from the situation in Belarus, which still goes through unseen repressions for 15 months already. Belarus lives through the crackdown, through violence, repression, lawlessness, and impunity. And this crisis allows to distract the attention of the international community from that specific crisis.
And this is how Lukashenko is doing it.
We got an invitation like tourism for 7 days.
We recently spoke to a Yemeni refugee who'd made the journey through Belarus. He explained that as well as the regime facilitating tourist visas, Belarusian border guards escorted his group to an opening in the fence in the dead of night.
They lead us to another way. And they told us,
ladies
make sure
and
you don't
gentlemen,
come back.
Poland is in something of a bind here. It can't give in to pressure from Lukashenko and wants to flex its muscles when it comes to its hardline immigration.
They're tearing it down,
At the
ladies
same
and gentlemen.
time,
They're
the country
coming.
has obligations to treat people humanely.
This is called barbarians at the gate, ladies and gentlemen. Barbarians at the gate.
Which could become more difficult. Tonight, for example, reports of gunshots on the Belarusian side. And now, a giant refugee camp forming on the border. In the last few months, 9 people have died in these forests, mainly from hypothermia. The only thing more unforgiving than the politics...
Boy, they willing to risk their families. They got their babies out here, boy. This is, man, ain't no... Boy, ladies and gentlemen, look at this.
...of immigration, the Belarusian winter.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, though, hold on for a minute. I'm going to show y'all the other one, though, too, you know, because... they cracking down in Poland, man. They drawing the line with the Muslims in their country and stuff. Hold on for a minute. I was watching it the other day, man, laying down in my bed, man. I was like, man, you know what I'm saying? Hold on for a minute. Poland's double standard. Belarus, hold on for a minute. Let me see if I can show you guys that, man. You know, because if I'm certain, though, they have cracked down on the Muslims in Poland. And if there's a hidden mosque, they coming down, man. They are cracking down. What really happened in Poland borders? Hold on for a minute. I'm going to show you their activists over here, because they got those activists over here, man, and things like that, man, going after them. Let me see here. Poland. Let me see here. Trying to think of the name of them. Poland, I think they are activists. Let me see here. I'm trying to think of the name of them right now. Let me see here. No, okay. Poland says no immigration. Let me see if I can find that here. Nobody don't want to. Let me see here. That's is that Patrick Bet David? At any event, hold on for a minute. Let me see if I can find that here. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, though, this is going on. You know, mass immigration don't help the people. It don't help the country at all. It totally is unstable, you know, because look at it, what it is, you know. Threatening the border. They got, 1,000 illegal immigrants crossing over, man. Spain is wrapped. Spain is a wrap. At least Poland is fighting back. Hold on for a minute. Let me see if I can fight it. Poland is fighting back. They do not want the Muslim over there in their country. You know what I'm saying? I think I may have found it.
The right wing were on the march in strength in the Polish capital.
Yeah,
marking their
they're not messing around. They're standing up. These are Poles right here, the Polish.
Opposition groups were screened from view and protected by a cordon of nationalist paramilitaries.
Yeah, that's what it is. They got nationalist paramilitary guys, and I've seen
riot police were mobilized but kept to the back streets and out of sight.
The rise of the extreme right here and the sense of nationalism is being very much tolerated by the ruling government here.
You hear that? It's being tolerated, right? Who's the ruling government over there? I have to pull it up. But at any event, they got the backing and the blessing of their people in Poland. It's different than over in Spain, where they do not, conservative over there in Spain, liberal. Oh,
middle of what they describe as a right-wing revolution. The sentiments here on the streets of Warsaw are very much against immigration.
Not making this stuff up.
They are Muslims with completely different habits, different political culture.
They don't assimilate. That's the big problem. Muslims do not assimilate very well in any culture. Y'all should go home. Go back to the Middle East. Where you can pray 5 times a day. That makes sense, but trying to push your viewpoint on other people, it's not going to work.
Good are these young people, how well they are organized.
Boy, I tell you,
this is
why you think these people are the nationalists that's standing up for the pride in their country? They care enough about their country, right, than allow it to be overtaken, no identity whatsoever. These are heavy Christians, right? These are over there in Poland, right? Don't they got the Black Madonna over there? You know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness, man. And then I support the Poles, man. I do.
Then to see even some.
Everybody have a right to be able to protect as far as their national. But I'm talking about United States over here. Just like I'm protecting our stability over here. Our rights, you see what's being conquered and taken over, and it came by the lefts. Right? We're talking about the commies today, right? They have established their flags. All you see here in solidarity is who? The Polish flag is what's showing. Just like we have the American flag, right? America first. What is Poland telling you? Poland first, right? That's what it is, right? And some of you have Polish ancestry. You know what your brother talking about, right? Look at it. Boy, I tell you.
Behind this, ideologies behind these right-wing movements, and sometimes they are very, very dangerous.
Boy, let me see if I can find that other one. But this is in Warsaw, man. Oh, my goodness, man. Man, look at this, man. Look at 60,000 migrants invaded Spain now. The numbers are going to go up. It's going to be estimated. It's going to be 100,000. Then it's going to go up from there. Boy, Spain, y'all sealed y'all fate, boy. Y'all really did. Boy, I tell you, and the man among them right now, boy. Look at this. Poland bans all Muslim immigration. Poland free. Look at this. I'm not making this up. We go and put this on pause, though. But y'all can see it, right? Look at this. Got music playing. This is exactly what it is. If you don't want to be killed, don't come to Poland. That's what they're saying. They said if you come to Poland border and look at it, they're telling them, they let them know. And I've seen some stuff, man. You know, they're letting them know. You come over here, spreading your propaganda and your culture, right? You don't want to do this because they will fight you, and it's going to end very bad for you. Just letting you know. When you care about your country, you'll be willing to put it on the line. Right? That's exactly what it is. And these are real men. These ain't like those pussies over there in Spain. These are real men, right? Protecting their country, protecting their children and their family, right? Shout out to Poland. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Poland got more balls than UK, Spain, right? Look at them. They let him know if you come over here, it's going to be, you're going to be met with extreme violence and you may lose your life. That's what the Poles are saying, right? Look at this. They're doing what's necessary as what real men are supposed to do, right? Belarus, right? Warsaw, they over here holding it down in these countries, right? Poland, Belarus, look at this. Boy, I tell you, man. They tried, look at this, got the tanks going on. Look at this. Boy, I tell you, man, everybody already saw what these other countries have fallen. Poland said, hell no. Hell no. We ain't going to allow Poland to go down. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. They got a ban, not kidding, all Muslim immigration to Poland, right? They got a ban, right? Boy, I tell you, man, Is that Patrick Bet David? Let's see, I wish I can play it. Can I play it?
Can use live bullets now. So if you want to come to Poland...
I may have missed something here, guys. Hold on for a minute.
To stop migrants from trying to cross the border.
Our parliament passed a law that we can use live bullets now. So if you want to come to Poland, you will be killed.
Oh, my goodness.
The Polish government's policy of pushbacks, basically turning migrants away at the border, was started by previous leaders, and it's still very much alive. Beata Szydło, Prime Minister of Poland, from its policy of put across the border to bay. It's about keeping migration, since Belarusian Muslim and journalists trying to cross the border.
Our parliament passed a law that we can use live bullets now. So if you want to come to Poland, you will be killed.
Oh, my goodness.
The Polish government's policy of pushbacks, basically turning migrants away at the border, was started by previous leaders, and it's still very much alive. Beata Szydło, Prime Minister of Poland from 2015 to 2017, is the one who got this ball rolling when the Law and Justice Party came into power. The Law and Justice Party is known as PiS, short for Prawo i Sprawiedliwość. Say that 3 times fast, I dare you. And just when you thought it might ease up, in comes...
I can't say that 3 times as fast. I can't.
Mateusz Morawiecki, who took over as Prime Minister in 2017, and he kept the train going. His message was crystal clear. Poland has got to protect itself. But it's not just these prime ministers running the show. We have Jarosław Kaczynski, the leader of the PiS party, who is not technically the prime minister. But make no mistake.
PiS party or the PiS party? That's interesting, man. That's an interesting thing on words, boy. I tell you, Europeans, boy, they always got, boy, it'd be clown over here in America. It would be clown.
He is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. You know that friend who doesn't drive but always tells you where to turn? Yeah, that's him.
I want to preserve it. I want to nurture it. I don't want it to be destroyed by Muslim migrants coming from.
This is them pushing back against the parasitical globalist elite class, man. Plain and simple, man. You know what I'm saying? They care about their country, man, and I don't blame them. Just like we care about America. I'm showing you guys this, letting you know that everybody in every country ain't rolling and falling for that bull, you know?
You might wonder, why is Poland so concerned? Well, if you look at some of the chaos in Western Europe, stabbings, terrorist attacks, and other criminal activities.
Gee, I wonder why.
Many point out that some of these were carried out by migrants. For example, in Brussels in 2024, there was a tragic knife attack by a migrant that left multiple people injured. And in Paris, another attack by a migrant caused serious chaos in a crowded metro station.
Poland is the only country in European Union which we haven't had even one terrorist attack. We don't have stabbings, we don't have rapes.
Poland is cautious and doesn't want to deal with what they see as a...
That's why I got big shout out to Poland, though, because Poland has a very strict immigration policy. They just don't let everybody in, you know what I'm saying? Certain countries like America, we don't have to worry about it, you know what I'm saying? But certain countries, they can't go over there, you know? Because they're going to understand it's going to be overstayed visas. There's going to be other issues going on, because you can see it going on in other European nations. They got a big-time immigration issue, just like we have over here in America. Some of them are worse, though. Here, we fought the good fight, and we are winning, right? That's the beautiful thing, though, right here, you know? And same thing with Poland, you know? And some of these other countries going to have to step up if they're going to have a future, because right now, this is the plan for the parasitical global elitists, you know what I'm saying?
Avoidable security issues.
Boy, I tell you.
And while some might call this extreme, the government stands by the idea that they're protecting Polish citizens first. It's also worth...
You hear that? Just doesn't it sound similar? America first, you got Poland first, and we're starting to see this starting to spread in other countries, right? Here, it's America first, right? We want the Trump administration, if you kill an American or hurt an American, right, just like these girls that you see before me, they would have been alive today because it was failed Biden, Kamala Harris administration, right? That's why they're not here no more, right? She's as young as 7 years old, 12 years old, right? But these low-down leftists, commies, don't have no type of remorse to push back and say that, hey, the administration gone too far, right? This is why they're losing in the polls, right? And they are liars that come in my room, in my chat, trying to tell us otherwise. If you are new here, please subscribe, right? Please, if you like my content or whatever, though, you know, because here I am America first, and I'm a patriot of America, right? Just like they are over here in Poland, right? We got strong nationalism here in America, right? This is a Christian nation, always have been and always will be, right? And we don't make no apologies about it, right? Those days of the Biden administration, basement Obama, right? And Kamala Harris is over, right? They are going bankrupt regarding the DNC. Boy, I tell you, play it some more,
Noting that Poland
Tony.
is a largely homogeneous and predominantly Christian country.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Historically, they haven't seen large waves of immigration, so the whole concept of multiculturalism and mass migration is a relatively new challenge for them.
They have the ban, and they said it. If the Muslims or any other immigrants tried to come and invade in Poland, have God have mercy on your soul, what's going to happen next? This ain't a threat they're carrying out. They have actually carried this out before, too. And if the other European nations had the balls, right, and they wouldn't be in this situation right now. But like I said, you got countries out there that's still resisting the parasitical global elitists, right? Because this is all it is. It's this global elitist policies that's pushing on here on these countries and stuff, and they're pushing back. Hungary, they as well, you got to step up. They got rid of their prime minister out of there. The Hungarians got to step up. Let Poland be the beacon for Europe. Come on now. You guys got to have a place, and you got to speak up. Come on now,
Here's
Hungarian.
where it gets sticky. Poland is part of the European Union, and with that comes certain responsibilities, like following the EU's rules on asylum and free movement. The EU, of course, isn't thrilled with Poland's hardline stance. Several EU leaders have accused Poland of undermining the spirit of European cooperation. If you ask me, the Polish government is walking a fine line here. They argue that they have the right to make decisions that protect their people. And to some extent,
it's all it is the globalists is trying to tell Poland, you better stop what you're doing and just let us have these migrants over here in your country. You know, that's why Hungary got to step up, man. They ousted a conservative leader. What's his name, though? I forgot his name right now, right? You know, and he was good friends with Trump. You know, they pushed him out and put some type of radical. These people are nothing but global puppets, sock puppets for the global establishment. Plain and simple. You see the crap right through it. You see this BS, right? And like I said, if you want to stay in power for very long, you better listen to the people in Poland, because if you do what they did over there in Hungary, man, it could be a life-changing situation, if you know what I mean. You know,
that's hard to
these people ain't playing.
Disagree with. Every country has the right to defend itself.
That's right.
This decision, though, has triggered some heated arguments both in Poland and across Europe. The government says it's all about national security, but critics are quick to shout xenophobia and Islamophobia, accusing the government of fear-mongering.
The problem started in 2015 when migration started from Muslim countries. That's why they called me Islamophobe. It has nothing to do with Islamophobia.
But critics...
Yeah, and see, these people are smart. They understand what it is. It's just the dumb, stupid people that just hate Trump, right? We already know what it is, and they're losing. I've mentioned this many of times. Kamala Harris ran her whole campaign talking about TDS type stuff. TDS would never win an election, and she's stupid enough to go right back in here, you know? This is a crazy woman. Nobody's threatening Kamala Harris, though. All she's going to do is embarrass herself again. Stick to what you know, if you know what I'm talking about. Stick to that. Because we don't need stupid, low IQ people running our country and being a globalist puppet. Those days are over, right? Trump is anti-establishment. He's working outside of the globalist, parasitical elite class, right? It's obvious, right? You ain't nobody. This guy took a bullet for this for America. It ain't nothing happened to them over here. These are deep state sock puppets that work for who? Who is their masters? The globalists, the actual parasitical global elites. And we're seeing it right here. Poland is pushing back, right?
Especially
well,
from
Belarus
human rights
and all the rest of them step up if you want to have a country.
Organizations say Poland is ignoring the fact that many of these migrants are fleeing
Lithuania, you got to step up, right?
War-torn regions and persecution. To them, this isn't just about national security, it's a humanitarian issue. People escaping conflict in Syria or Afghanistan aren't necessarily terrorists, they argue. They're just trying to survive. However, Poland isn't even open to taking in refugees.
How many refugees has Poland taken?
None.
0.
Now, let's get into the nitty-gritty. The Polish government's zero-tolerance policy is focused primarily on countries with large Muslim populations. And yes,
Yeah, there'd be a fool to let these people over here in these Muslim countries, man. And you already seeing examples as to what's happening. There's no vetting process. They just come on in, you know what I'm saying? And you got that guy that got stabbed, you know, right in the heart. Man, and I heard he fled back to his country. That's what they do, right? This weak, crazy, lunatic commies on the left don't have a leg to stand on, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to defeat them easily. We're going to defeat them. Shit, I get up there and debate they behind, though. They say, come on, Tony. I get up there and debate these clowns. You know what I'm saying? For real. Because we already know you can't defend this type of stuff. Your failed policies, I call them out. You are a sock puppet for the global parasitical elite class. Parasites that suck off of people in this country. You got 1% of the wealth, controlling wealth, right? And who did they do? Suck off of who? We're talking about average people of the world, let alone Americans, right? That's what they do, right? They don't offer any type of solutions of bettering anything. This is about taking people's sovereignty and their rights and their freedom to push their agendas, right? Which is ultimately totalitarian system, rule, right? Because we know what the end game is. It would never stop just at socialism, so you guys know, right? It's going to build up eventually. Once all the money is gone from the capitalists, it's going to automatically turn into a full-blown communist, right? That's what's going to end up happening. And no communist country will last very long, right? That's the thing about it, right? It won't last very long. Look at China, you know? Look what China trying to do, right? They were supposed to be the superpower, right? Till Trump stepped up. Trump saw what they were doing. The globalists, right? They were going to push China as number one. Everybody would have to adhere to China, right? Their social credit system like they have over there in China, they were going to implement it over here in America, right? We're talking about their social system. This is how you control people like the Chinese. That's why they come over there so docile. They were told, stay away from all political stuff. We're watching you. Got your family over here. We're watching you, China. They were talking about the Chinese people, right? Right? If you notice, they stay quiet. They do their work. Many of them are agents. Let's keep it real. Because they swear their allegiance to China. Ain't no Chinese American. It's China. Because they got family over there, right? This is who they submit to. If they don't, their families are annihilated. They don't want you to know this truth, right? They don't want you to know this truth. Chinese sleeper cells in America, it wasn't by mistake. That was purposely done, right? To make sure they are watching the Chinese people even in America. They got their cell phone, right? They got other listening devices like they do in China. They watch and they listen. If you speak out one time, right, about how China really is, hey, it is what it is, right? This is why we are Americans, right? The land of the free and the home of the brave, right? This is what make America great, right? If China can't get on board with our program, fuck them, right? That's exactly what it is. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? And that's for anybody else too. This is America first. This ain't China first, right? Be the men that you saw that I showed you in Poland. Stand up, right? Stand up. Stand up for America, right? That's what you got to do, right? We're going to push them back to where they belong, right? That's what they've been trained to do here, trying to take over America. But Trump stood up. If Trump can stand up, you can stand up for a president that's standing up for America, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, I tell you, couldn't have said it no better. Boy, don't it make you feel real good and cuddly inside, knowing that you got a president that stand on for Americans. You ain't never had a president before that stood for Americans. They stood for foreigners first, right? That's the thing about that, right? And we got the guns to prove it. We got way more guns than any country in the world, boy. Yeah, that's why they couldn't invade us, boy. Try to China, you try it, boy. I tell you this, you know, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. You come in here and do that type of crap, we ain't going for it. We ain't going for it. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about it. This is what is called being America first. And we got more guns than any country in the nation, boy, around the world. Facts. I already went over this already. This is how, and I've already pulled the statistics up. It would be alarming to find out how many guns that the citizens of America truly own. You wouldn't want to test it. And having God have mercy on your soul if you try to go into Texas and some of these other countries, boy. You wouldn't make it out. Talking about taking their guns? Shit. All these militias? Shoot, we got Michigan militias. Are you crazy? It would never happen though, man. Boy, it'd be cut down before it happened. You know what I'm saying? Because they all understand the Constitution, right? Because we have the right, Second Amendment right. Don't let anybody infringe on our rights, right? And this is a beautiful thing, man. A constitutional republic is what we have returned to under the leadership, right, of Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. And I don't apologize for supporting Trump at all. Let them know that I support Trump. That's it, boy. I tell you guys, but yeah, it's been good, boy. It's been good cooking these fools, cooking they behind, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you though, and I appreciate all of you guys coming in here today and things like that. Boy, you guys have been doing a great job and stuff. And those that never been, never saw my channel, I'm glad that you subscribe. I can't see the subscribes or whatever, right?
Thank you for the likes.
Thank you, Chandra. I appreciate it. You know, we all appreciate the likes and stuff like that. Give yourself a round, give yourself a round applause though, man. Give yourself for coming in this room, listening to this truth as your brother puts it out. Tony Love, for those that want to know the name, right? The host of the show. It's just me, right? There it is. That's why I'm just some random guy. I'm just a random dude. I ain't into politics. Right? I'm not a journalist. I'm not any of this stuff. But once again, you don't have to be, right? Because it says freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of the press, man. Under the Constitution, give me that right to talk about it, right? This ain't propaganda. This ain't news spin. This is what we talking about, a person that's a patriot that stands on the back, or in this case, America, right? And that's what it is, because America have given me so much. I lived in Canada, but it ain't no America, man. You know, Mexico ain't no America. We can name every country. It ain't no America. They don't have the Constitution that we have, right? We have the greatest piece of paper that our founder and fathers have established that we call America, man. And this is exactly what it is, though. You see the flag on the backdrop. You know what I'm saying? You seeing with these illegal migrants and seeing what ended up happening and stuff with these children, right? And all that, because these young ladies and children would have been alive today because it was Obama, right? Basement Obama, right? But we know who was running it. All roads lead to Obama, right? Right? You even have sleepy Joe Biden, or we call him Jim Crow Joe, and Kamala Harris, right? That's why these girls are not here anymore, right? You go down to those polls, if you don't remember nothing else, you at least know what this is, right? This is exactly what it is, right? These girls would have been alive right now because, right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I got big props on Poland, right? because they standing up. They ain't going to allow their country to be taken over, right, by no damn terrorists or whatever you call, right? These are real men that are standing up to protect their nation, to protect their families, right? And protect their religion, right? Oh, I couldn't have said it no better than that, but boy, I tell you, man, the boy's good. I'm good. That boy good. That boy good. That boy good. Yeah, but I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, man, for y'all coming into this room and stuff, man, y'all really supported me today, you know what I mean? I am a patriot, and I know I got so many subscribers that have subscribed. Y'all been kicking the behind of these leftist, whacked out weirdos, right? They are gone. They lost their damn mind. They don't care about America. I have my flag. We know the Constitution, man. The 27 amendments and stuff like that. And this is why it's important, man. You know what I'm saying? America is the greatest country on the face of the earth. God has blessed America with something special where you have black, white, and other, right? That's getting along. We didn't have the problems that we have today, right? It was people getting along because it was still majority Christian, right? Until we had the Islamic vacation, right, coming into this country. And we started having problems, right? This is where it was, right? You ain't never seen this many mosques in your city, right? You ain't never seen all these flags in the Arabic and all that. And one day I'm going to take a ride through Dearborn and show you guys what I'm talking about, boy. I tell you, boy, that's exactly what it is. Just like in what we used to call Little Mogadishu, not Mogadishu, but Little Somalia, right? Oh, man, you know what I'm saying? May as well be Mogadishu. But, but we talking about Somalia, right? Boy, I tell you, man, if I have it right. You know, I get so much information, boy. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Boy, I tell you. I tell you. But, yeah, you guys been great, man, and stuff like that. I got to give a shout-out to my mods and stuff because I got the mod squad in here. Shout out to Black Guy 9 in here and things like that. Your boy Cook, because I cook, too, now. You could tell that I can cook, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you guys, all of you that rock with America, right? America first. We are kicking they behind. Let me see here. Who else on my mod squad? I got to get an acknowledgement and shout out to the mod squad. And I got like I said, though, I got a hell of a support today, boy. And that's why I'm saying the numbers don't lie. You guys have been great. We have kicked they behind here today. They didn't never thought to expect that the number of support that we have in this country. And y'all proved it on my channel today, too. You guys have been great, man. Let me see here. I'm looking for my mod squad. In fact, if I don't see them, that's okay, you know. I want to make sure that, oh, yeah, I got a super chat. Let me acknowledge the super chats. That's what I'm really looking for as well. We got a super chat of $2, right? You are, he says here, you are American or you are Israel first. We are American first. He can answer that easy. You ain't going to trip me up on something. But I appreciate the $2, though. You know what I'm saying? That's all right. Picking money up off the floor. For those that don't know, you know, I'm picking up the money. Where's my thing at? Here it is right here. Yep. And one more here. That's $2. There we go. Picking up that money off the floor. And that was from Icy... what's his name? Saranson, I believe it is. All right, make sure we going over any other jewels or any of the other super chats before I need. I want to acknowledge all my super chats before I go as well. But yeah, we got Deja Porter in the house. This is a strong black conservative female right here that back up your boy right over here. Shout out to Deja Porter. Appreciate you, Deja. You guys show and let them know. Yep, deport all illegals is what she said. Let me go ahead and post that. Yep. I didn't know you was in the room, but that's okay. I'm looking at it now. Let's take a look at it here. We got here, deport. There we go. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just got to give it some acknowledgments to some of my people here that are showing up. You know what I'm saying? And for you black Sambos that are afraid to stand up and for this country, because ain't no other country gonna love your black ass better than America, man. And I can say that, right? That's exactly what it is. You should be ashamed of yourself. Take note and be like Poland. Stand up for your country, right? That's the thing about it, though, man. Now, the man among them, right? Boy, I tell you. Boy, that's exactly what it is. We got coconuts are real in here. Let me see here, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me a minute as I digress. You know, I'm kind of going down here, acknowledging people here. Let me see here. Who is this here? We got Happy Mac. Happy Mac, I got to get you back on that moderator thing. I haven't forgot about you, Happy Mac. I got you covered, man. Happy Mac, I'm going to make sure I make you a mod again. A lot has happened. I might have accidentally removed you off the mod list, Happy Mac, but I got you back. Happy Mac is back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make sure I do. Just give me one moment here and things. But, man, you guys are showing a lot of love in this room. I wish I could read every last one of them and things, but you guys are showing because y'all care about this country. All they do is know how to throw out criticism, right? And shout down and name call. They don't have anything. You think a person like me worried about what they say? No, because I speak the truth, right? I'm right over the target. Now I'm getting flack right now. Military reference, right? Now I know I'm on the target right now because now this is where you get the flack. If I was over the target, I wouldn't be getting the flack. And I remember those days when I wasn't getting no flack. But now your boy is here. We got Paula. Boy, welcome, Paula. Let me do that. That's one of my special things for the ladies. And for Deja, too. I meant to say that for her, too. Because I got a lot of conservative women that rock with your boy, you know. And ladies, if you're conservative or moderate, you can rock with your boy, too. There you go, you know. Come with you get recognition over here, man. Boy, I tell you, man, you say you love this channel, Cheryl. I appreciate it so much. You know, I have my way of delivering the news to keep that attention and stuff like that. I love to entertain, you know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you for showing up here, man. I just want to acknowledge we got Paula McDonald. Man, you are in here. You know you always been had your boys back. Black Guy 9 says, cook, Tony, cook. We got Grandy's Garden. Boy, Grandy's, boy. Hold on for a minute. See what she said? Libby's protecting illegal aliens, pedos, for the vote. That's exactly correct, though, Grandy's Garden. Granny's Garden, ladies and gentlemen. Granny's Garden. Not Grandy's, but Granny's. There we go. All right. Let me see here. Boy, we got her showing up. And these are conservative women. We got Red Hood in the house. Boy, look at Red Hood. I knew you were going to pop up, sir. You know what I'm saying? Red Hood says deport all illegals. That's what we're talking about here. This is exactly what it is. Let me give a shout out to Red Hood. Yep. Boy, I tell you. The mysterious man behind the red hood, but it's all good. Let's no be Spain, you know? Let's no be Spain. Let us not be Spain. Got that right, boy. Cheryl said, oh, Spain is exploding. Yeah, they are. You know what I'm saying? They are absolutely gone, man. It's being taken over as we speak. It's, you know, I mean, it's just, it went from bad, Trump called them out, to worse. Paula says that was Hyundai, South Koreans. Absolutely. Got they behind up on out of here, too. They had hired all those illegals from South Korea and stuff like that. Boy, I tell you, man. 100% correct, as one of my viewers actually said. I appreciate you, sir. 100% correct. Yep. Let me see here. That is coming from TTU 8K. Yeah, I appreciate it, though. Thank you for the support. You know the libs on the, I'm talking about the commies. We're going to call them commies, not libs no more. They're commies, right? And we got to tell them, we got to call them for what they really are, right? And then, like you said, it was at Granny's Garden, you know. Libbies love Iranians, right? They do. They really do, though. They love it, right? Look at this. Cheryl agrees as well, too. You know, I get a lot of conservative women that back up your boy here, you know. You're not being bombarded with a bunch of boring stuff. Let me see here. Red Hood said dismantle the TSA as fast as possible. It's on the verge of happening because already my dummy have violated, and he have done things that a lot of real Americans would not have done. But since he doesn't know about the Constitution, He'd never been born here. He's born in Uganda. It's going to be an open shut case when they pull and strip his natural status away from him and then send his ass back over there to Uganda where he belongs. And that's what's going to end up happening. I already see the future for him anyway. He doesn't have a future, and many of these DSA don't have a future at all. You know what I'm saying? It falls on deaf ears. You guys have made this channel wonderfully great today, right? Look at them. They come in here upset. If they had it going on, but they come in here upset, screaming, hollering, and yelling at your boy, just giving the facts and telling the truth. This is what it is. You can't win a debate this way, you idiots on the far left. You can't. A lot of people have jumped off you're left away from your policy. The DNC is practically broke. They had to borrow some money, put something up for collateral. They don't have it, right? Just give in now. Stop this nonsense because you're making yourself look like fools, like you really are. MAGA in the house is what Granny's Garden says. Yeah, MAGA is in the house. MAGA is the future. It's here. It's the present. It's now, right? That's what they going to realize, you know. Boy, I tell you, you know. Yep. But, you know what I'm saying? These the people that's over here it's what Red Hood said. He said the half that didn't press the like button was socialist liberal crybabies. You got that right though, Red Hood, because it would be no reason as to why you didn't hit that like button. Most of them did that come in here, and once again, I appreciate you guys. Right? This is exactly what it is. Boomer Sumer said vote Republican. The choice is pretty clear, man. We already know. You know, you ain't got to be super smart. You ain't got to be Einstein. Just know that the Dems, the commies, right, the Democrats, right, that allowed DSA to come in here in the first place. They let you know how much they thought of us, right? They were counting that you were going to accept what they were selling. They were trying to push this old racist scare about Trump, and it all failed, right? They said that Trump was a racist. They said that Trump is not only just a racist, that he stole from America, right? He's running a campaign. And it just brought more people together. When people started finding out the truth about Trump and his policies, they said these people are nothing but liars, man. Propaganda. They had the whole propaganda legacy news media. I'm talking about, what's it called? Legacy news, right? We're talking about what you call these so-called news medias, right? That put out propaganda. And they still lost. They still lost. The left do the same. They blah, 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 blah. Yep, and attack here. What is going on with this left? Yeah, this is another one coming here from Little Bit and More. She's even asking the same question. You got blacks that don't even recognize the Democrat Party no more. You got whites that don't recognize the Democrat, and others that don't recognize these people anymore. This is really sad though, man. Regards to what it is, you know. Hold on for a minute. I said I got a promise to Happy Mac. Give me one moment, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta go ahead. Let me see here for Happy Mac. Hold on for a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up here. Pull up my channel here. Some random. Let me see here. Guy speaks. Gotta make him a mod again. Accidentally. Hold on for a minute. Let me see here. Live. Yeah, I am right here. Boy, you guys have been, hold on for a minute. You guys have really been doing your thing today, backing up your brother. Let me see. I got to locate Happy Mac. Where is Happy Mac at? Let me see here. Boy, but you guys have been doing wonderfully well here in this chat today, man. I'm trying to locate Happy Mac. Happy Mac, type something in the room so I can see you. That way it'll make my life a lot easier looking for you. Happy Mac, boy. Let me see here. Because I know he was supposed to be on my thing here. Is Happy Mac still in the room? We got Jason Beatrice in the house. Another one of my mod squad. Hard Right. We got Hard Right. Coconuts are real. We got Dakota Zeller in the house. Is Happy Mac in here? Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah, man. It's been a beautiful thing, man. We have hit monumental numbers today, though. It's been a beautiful thing. I'm going to bring it to you every Sunday for some of you guys that are off. And I do this pretty much almost 7 days a week. I missed 1 day yesterday. But I was going to build it up today, though, boy, for what I missed yesterday. But I'm going to tell you, I'm usually always online doing live streams, giving great pushback, because right now the elections is pretty much up on us, right? And if this don't solidify the deal, nothing will. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. I'm a strong advocate. I push for Trump. You know, I voted for Trump, and I'm going to vote for Trump again, though. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't going to allow these commies to take over America, man. This is America First campaign stuff. I'm still looking for Happy Mac. This is America First, ladies and gentlemen. And also, you also have that that button over there, too, where in things on my channel. Hold on for a minute. I'm still looking for Happy Mac. Is he gone out the room? Is Happy Mac still here, I wonder? Okay. You know, I miss Happy Mac. He was here earlier, though, you know. But other than that, I will get him back on the mod squad, you know. That's the thing about that, you know. Boy, I tell you. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we are winning the war. Look at those MAGA hats over here, man. You know what I'm saying? Even Eric Klein has a MAGA hat. I think I know who you are, though. That's why I don't really come for you ever no more, Eric Klein. I think I know who you are, you know. It's all good. It's all good, though. Yeah, I think I know who this is, you know. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is your boy, you know. Tony Love, you know, coming at you live, though. And they are mad. They are big mad on the left, man, where we expose their policies, their lies of what they have to say. Boy, they ain't no match for us, ladies and gentlemen, because we here are Make America First, right? And we're going to crush them when it come down to the elections, man. They don't have a leg to stand on, though. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Ain't this a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen? This is what winning looks like, and we have done so, man. We have done so. With your support, you know, you guys have showed up and showed out in large droves. Even my detractors are shocked. They're like, damn, how did this guy do this? Oh, my goodness. But we're proving it because we stand on truth, and we love this country. They don't love this country. All they do is sit up criticism, throw up smart aleck remarks and stuff. They're not smart people at all. These are idiots. Low IQ at best, you know. That's the thing about it, though. That's why they're no match for us over here at the Patriot, MAGA, Make America First, right? They're no match for us, though, and they know it, right? I ain't seen more insults and everything in regards to what's really going on, man. Ain't nobody been afraid of no insults. If you want to battle somebody, battle them with the straight facts. Start by trying to debate with these 6 girls that have lost their lives and stuff, been raped and everything by the Biden, right, Kamala Harris policies, right? That's what they'll stay away from. They run from this. They run from China, right? They know, everybody know that they took the pledge. They run for the stuff that Mondumi has been doing. They run from illegal migration, right? They run from it, right? Boy, I tell you, they run for it. That's why you notice they never, I'm looking in the comments right now, they will not deal, right, with the real stuff as to what's happening. That's why y'all resonate with it. Look at it. Look at my likes today, boy. You guys got to, it's all you guys. You guys should give yourself a round of applause because you guys know better. To their point, we shouldn't have these type of numbers. To their point, shouldn't have these likes. To their point, right? I should be over here just putting out a bunch of propaganda. They're the propagandists, not us, right? So what you guys are proving, you have destroyed their narrative. That's why we don't have to go after these people. They come up in the room, Trump derangement syndrome. Kamala Harris ran a whole campaign on that. Look at, she lost. Major. Went to, you know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you. But yeah, but you guys have been great, man, and stuff. And I'm going to get Happy Mac on here, man. Is he still in the room? I don't know if Happy Mac is still here, man. Let me do this, though. I'm going to go ahead and copy Happy Mac. I got another way I'm going to do it. Don't worry, Happy Mac. I got you covered, man. I got you covered. Happy Mac. I got him covered. Let me type in Happy Mac. Search. Let me see here. Happy Mac. There he is. Put a star by his name. All right. And I'm going to do this here. Copy this text. And I'm going to go ahead and add this on my, just give me one moment. I'm going to go ahead and add this on, let me see here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and add this right here. Okay. I got Happy Mac added for later. I'm going to make sure I get him back on there being a mob. Man, we hit 300. 300 likes, though. How you like that, Shree? Oh, man, he hated too, though. Shree, how you like that? How you like them apples, huh? I see you have fallen into my little trap, you know? Oh, my goodness. But, yeah, guys, I appreciate you guys, man. And this is what it is. This is why we can't have this illegal stuff. This, you know, these criminals and all criminals. They ain't some, they all are criminals. When you break the law, coming over here, you are a criminal. You have crossed over into that space, right? So let us remember these young ladies, right? And the one that was 12 years old. Some of y'all have daughters. Some of y'all understand this, right? This is why we have to be strict on the borders and stuff. These are topics and debates that they stay away from because they're cowards. These are nothing but idiots, low dragon, low IQ cowards, though. They won't have this. They don't want to deal with this information. They don't want this stuff for real. And Happy Mac, I'm going to take care of you, though. Don't worry about it. I'm going to add you on there. Did he come back in the room? I see you there. Hold on for a minute. Boy, I tell you, man. Man. It was just so fun how we cooked them today. We kicked they behind today, boy. We cooked them. We cooked them. Let me see here, Happy Mac. I see you over here. All right, let me see here. Well, I'm going to add him on, though. I ain't worried about it. I'm going to get him back on there as a mod because I knew something wasn't looking right. And this is why you want to join and become a member, too, because I'm going to be doing an all members, right? All members live stream, right? Because I see I got the numbers. Boy, we got like 20 people. Let me go ahead and acknowledge the members, though, too. That's another thing I said I was going to do. Hold on for one moment. Well, give me one moment, ladies and gentlemen. I got to acknowledge the members. All right, let me see here. Yeah, let me go ahead and pull up the members and stuff, too. But while I'm doing so, ladies and gentlemen, let me do this here. Make sure I get Happy Mac on there, too. Okay, no problem at all. Live. Oops. All right. I want to hear myself. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and play a little bit more Tom Homan, right? Just one moment.
My concern is I just don't want to see capitulation to the left. I don't want to see them crying bloody murder to CNN, and then suddenly the mission changes. And it felt like that this week. It certainly did. I want to open it up. I don't want to filibuster my panelists. I know I'm very fired up about this, but we all got so many questions.
Yeah, so, you know, we've all seen the video now of Greg Bovino, who's standing there in front of the agents. They're about to go do an operation of some sort, and he kind of, with a lot of bravado, says something like, hey, don't do anything illegal, but go get it done. If they, if they hit you, you take, do what you need to with them. I don't want to paraphrase, but I don't remember the words. It seemed like the underlying messaging with the current DHS secretary and your role being brought back into the forefront, at least in front of the cameras, was that, hey, we're going to do just as much work, but we're going to be quieter about it. In other words, this Operation Midway Blitz or Operation what have you, it's not the headline we're looking for, it's the numbers. With that, did there come any change in tactics? Not strategy, but tactics on the ground. We talk about traffic stops. We talk about going after folks. Did the department or any of the agencies change their tactics and what they were telling agents to do with the change in DHS secretary and kind of posture?
Well, let me start by this. You want to compare this year to last year, one secretary to another secretary. We got 40% more arrests than last. So people say that, well, targeting operations don't work. Well, the numbers tell me different. We're arresting more people. It's like a lot what happened in Minnesota, Joey. A lot of people question Minnesota. You surrendered in Minnesota. No, we didn't. We went to Minnesota. President Trump sent me to Minnesota. I didn't ask to go to Minnesota. I was told, go to Minnesota and fix this mess, right? We left Minnesota in a lot better shape than we found it. And why do I say that? Because when I went to Minnesota, it was chaos, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say we're looking for one bad guy. So you had a team of 6 or 7 Fuge Ops team to go after this guy. Violence was so high that now you got to spend a quick response force another team of 6 guys to back them up. So we're arresting one illegal alien. We got 15 people out there, which again causes community concern, right? So when I went up there, what I did, I talked to the sheriffs, I talked to the chiefs of police, I talked to the governor, the attorney general, and the mayor. Now, I'm not going to agree with the mayor or the attorney general or the governor on anything.
Agree with some of those sheriffs, though.
But what do we walk away with? We walk away with just about every sheriff in that state willing to help us one way or the other. So what does that mean? That means one agent arrests one bad guy, not 15. So what we did, we made that state less of a sanctuary state. So when that one agent now can arrest that one bad guy, what happens to the other 14 people that are out on the street? Guess what? They get to arrest more aliens. They get to go back to their home office and arrest aliens. Is it working? Yeah, numbers up over 40%. It does work.
Tom?
Targeted enforcement operation doesn't mean everybody's off the table. But it's a smart way of doing business. The number proves it's working.
But Tom, remind us too. I mean, our ICE agents are doing such great work in this country, and they have been under physical assault. Vehicle rammings increased. They have been the target of verbal attacks from the left as well. You'd mentioned Minneapolis. In one of the surges there, they had arrested individuals with deportation orders from both Democrat and Republican presidents, and also individuals who had sodomized children. Yeah. So remind us of the work that our ICE agents are doing and some of these individuals that they're removing, dangerous individuals from the country.
You know, that's one of the reasons I'm talking about a lot of numbers right now, because every day when I read people saying ICE isn't doing enough, that's an assault, an insult of every ICE agent out there busting their ass, right? These men and women are working 6 to 7 days a week. And the threats against them are, 9,000% increase with actual 15% increase in actual assaults. They're working their butts off. They're really doing a good job. This is a difficult job. But like I just said, with 60% of them being criminals, and you think about, a million removals since Trump's been in office, that's hundreds of thousands of public safety threats taken out of our neighborhoods. It's making this country safe again. These men and women are patriots. I was a Border Patrol agent. I was an ICE agent. I know what it's like. I can't go buy a gallon of milk at a grocery store without a security detail because of what we're doing right now. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. I tell you, every Border Patrol agent, ICE agent that I meet, I thank them for their service. I wore that uniform. I was an ICE agent. And people need to understand out there that you read the radical left, call them Nazis and racists, and which is the reason why the threats are up so high. You got members of Congress want to call them racists and secret police when they're simply enforcing laws they enacted. And if they're Nazis and police for enforcing the law they enacted, what's that make them? They wrote the law. So because that hateful rhetoric is why these are attacks. That's why we have necessary to wear masks. That's why the violence. That's why the shootings. I'm putting the blame back on the Democrats because they have messages for a year now. ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. You need to resist, right? I see resist at every protest. So now the population out there says it's okay to take ICE on. So if the open borders people and the Democrats on the Hill will stop the hateful rhetoric against ICE and recognize they're a legitimate law enforcement agency that's keeping this country safe, and they're working for the greatest president in my lifetime who's done more for border security than anybody. Most secure border in history of this nation because of President Trump. We even beat Trump 45. Record numbers deportation because of President Trump's leadership. So I wish that the Hill, the congressman on Hill, you know what? Strap up. Put a gun in your hip, put a Kevlar vest on, go up with the ICE agents, now badmouth them when you see what they're dealing with every day because you're hateful rhetoric.
Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and do some acknowledgement as well for the members. Look at my membership page have grown tremendously. And I appreciate it, guys, though, because y'all make this channel great. It's you, not the trolls, but you, right? So I want to shout out with the one neg one and stuff with the platinum membership. We also have Hard Right, which is a member. We have M. John, which is a member. We have Christy Marshall, which is a member. We have Thomas as Heat Attacking is a member. We also have Drill Sergeant 420, which is a member. We have Ozzy Crosby, which is a member. We have Stewart 2004 is a member. We have Denise Farmer, which is a member. We have Thomas, let me see here, Thomas Ox, 3379, you know who you are a member. We have Salty Spotted Dog, which is a member. We have Cheryl Schultz, which is a member. We have Trippy Liquids is a member. We have here, you already know, Eric Klein is a member. He goes by the name of Time. He's a member, you know. We have Mark Atkins, which is a member. We have here, what's that, Globe, G-O-R-B, Globe. You know, you always call you Globe for short. He is a member. We have Angela, Child of God, which is a member. We have here Angie, Camry, 451 is a member. We have here I am bit of a sometimer, which is a member. I got to get her back on here as being a mod as well, too. Accidentally deleted her as well. Tanya Zimmerman is a member. Texas Jane is a member. Got to get her back on there as well, too. We got Damage 3332, which is a member. Brian Reedy, which is a member. Jason Beatrice is a member, you know. And we have Connie, right? Connie, Carcos 4006, which is also a member, you know. So you will see a lot of them that have the MAGA hats. They start off as red, and as the months go by, they start changing color. Some of my seasoned people, they have what we call like a purple-looking color MAGA hat. So I'm going to start doing this from now and then, and I am going to have a member-only member. It's going to be coming up this week, guys. Stick tuned and stay around for that because we got a lot to talk about, though, right? So, yeah, we're going to be talking about that. But I appreciate you guys, though. And these are all members, right? All my members. And if you want to be a member, don't forget to hit the member button as well and things. And then that can happen, though. You'll have access to information and things that the regular people do not, you know, have access to, you know. We're going to be talking about certain type of movies and stuff. We're going to be getting you guys' input on it and see what you think, though. We're going to have a great time, ladies and gentlemen, and things like that. How you like that, Shree? Oh, man, I love poking fun at him, man. Just take the stick and just keep poking, poke, keep pokey, you know? Oh, man, he mad as heck now, right now. He mad. Oh, my God, he's mad, ladies and gentlemen. But I thank y'all, man, for being on Some Random Guy Speaks. Once again, I'm your host, Tony Love, though. It's been great. It's been an honor what we spread the truth around here. Real patriot and things, though, too. So I'll be going on tomorrow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to do the noon thing, though, tomorrow. I'm gonna come on around noonish. You know what I'm saying? Got to put the ish because it's going to be somewhere around noon, you know? So look forward to my next live stream. It's been real, ladies and gentlemen. It's been fun under the sun. You guys deserve it. Give yourself a round of applause for rocking with me and showing great pushback against what they've been trying to do here against these low-down commies and stuff like that. And you've seen the commies in this room. You see how they speak against us and American people, man. And you guys have been great, though. You really have, though. Let me see. Let's see, a super chat here. See, it's 4 here. Let me move this out the way. There it is. Hold on for a minute. I got to acknowledge the super chats. For a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I got to do that. We have Icy. Mentioned her before, or him before, I'm sorry. I mentioned him before, you know. Let me know with the gender if I got it wrong. We got Empire 418 super chat for $20. I appreciate you, though, as well, though, Empire. You know, I wasn't going to leave out here without reading my super chats. I said I'm going to read them at the end of every, you know, that way you guys have, you know, get basically recognition, right? We got Jason Beatrice, which is a member. He gave me a super chat of $5 as well. Where my money at? Where my coin sound at? You know how I like to do. You know, you guys that are new here, you're probably hearing that coin sound a lot, you know, when people give me a super chat, though. So I appreciate it. We also have Hard Right V, right? A super chat of, let me just read what Jason Beatrice, hold on for a minute. Jason Beatrice says, communists, he's like saying here, communists want to educate the patriots out of us, right? They really do, right? All of us will die for our freedom. Couldn't be said no better, though, Jason Beatrice, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what Jason Beatrice had to say. Hard Right V says, super chat. Hold on for a minute, guys. Let me got a call coming in. You said Hard Right V says super chat $4.99. Hard Right, here it is. Friends, after the show, meet at Hard Right headquarters on Discord. And I appreciate you doing that. Yeah, go ahead though, Hard Right. Get them over there. I gotta get mine up, but it's all good though. He dropped the hyperlink down in here and things. So follow Hard Right. Support Hard Right's channel too. I've been meaning to do that, Hard Right. You know what I'm saying? You got my blessing, man. It's all good, man. If I didn't have to work, I got to go to work. If I didn't have to work, I'd be over there tonight, man. But yeah, go over there and follow Hard Right though. You know what I'm saying? You got time over here, but I appreciate though all you guys though with the super chat. I think I gave you acknowledgement as well. Go ahead and do it again. Yep. Jason Beatrice again. Yep. Empire again. There we go. This is how much I appreciate you guys when I'll be willing to do it twice. You know what I'm saying? There we go. You guys have been great. Y'all been doing wonderful and super, and I appreciate the super chats as well. Shree even appreciate it though, no, right? I'm always throwing that dig to him though too, All right, guys. But I appreciate you, though. I really do. You guys have been great, though, man. You really been great. Look at it. They upset, boy. I hear one guy right now he says, shut the, you know what? They upset, man. They mad. And they just show, though. We don't have to go back and forth with these idiots. The proof is in the pudding, because if that was true, these girls would still be alive. Dakota, I appreciate you, though, man, Check, what's the name? Check out, Hard Right V. Check him out over there, man, and things. So, yeah. But, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have cooked them like I always do. We all do a lot of cooking. For those that are new here, I appreciate the new subscriptions. I see that as well as the new memberships, though. As we study Rise, ladies and gentlemen, we are showing them, right? When they used to come in here and taunt me, low brewers, all this other crap. I wasn't worried about it because I always know that the Patriots have my back and I got yours, right? That's why I did this channel, right? It's a beautiful thing. They are no match for us, though. You know what I'm saying? This is why they come up here with these little name calling stuff, because they ain't got no policy. I'm gonna give you my advice to the left. You guys should stop with the Trump derangement syndrome, because it did not work for Kamala Harris, and it will not work for anyone else that tried to run the Trump derangement campaign, right? What the American people, right, are looking for are policies that help American people. Until you have figured that out, and then not that we're going to trust you anyway, because once again, the lies that they put out, because they over-promise, under-deliver, and blame it on who? Trump. And that ain't going to win no elections. That's why we just laughing at you, you know what I'm saying? You guys are like clowns. They really are. Because if you had a narrative, you wouldn't be here. That's a fact. That's why I look at my likes. It's a fact. You wouldn't be here if you had a narrative. You're here because your butt hurt. You're here and you're upset. Nobody in the room listening to you guys. You're a small little minority group, right? And my membership is steady growing. How you like them apples, right? I appreciate you guys, though, boy. I tell you, man. That's why I say, boy, it's been a good show, man. Did a lot of cooking, as well as showing you guys the receipts and stuff like that. That's why I hold this photo up here. This is to their counter, and they will never talk about this. I own you guys, though. Don't you understand? I own these trolls that come in here. I own them. You know what I'm saying? Look at them. Oh my goodness. Boy, I own them. Boy, I appreciate you, Hard Right. Yeah, let me say, okay, it's just a video chat. That's cool for all, Tony, and you are welcome. Yeah, I'm going to hit you up. I'm going to take you up on that offer, man, when you drop down the link, because I would go there right now if I'd have to get out here and work, man. But yeah, man, you have my blessing. I'll be there next one, though, Hard Right. I'm sure Time is going to be there and other people under there. Oh, yeah, man, it's been a beautiful thing. I was on, Wander channel. I was on his channel. Euro channel. I was on his channel the other day, actually. I watched him over there. I liked his stuff as well, you know. But I was on his channel the other day, man. Euro Traveler, man, you know, shout out to him as well. Some of these people know who he is, though, too. So shout out to Euro Traveler, man. Shout out to Dennis Herrera's, you know. Shout out to him as well, too. See, I know Dennis. Shout out Dennis, too, you know. I shout these guys out, you know what I'm saying? Really, really great. Yep, Brian Reedy in here. Boy, I tell you, man. Other than that, guys, I got to get going, man. You guys have been great, man. We have cooked them so bad, like I always do, right? Because if they had real policies, they would put them in a room. They would challenge, but they can't, right? That's why it goes under deaf ears. We ain't trying to hear that noise anyway. What they end up doing is getting upset and then leaving on phone out of here. They go with name calling and all the other stuff. And ain't nobody been hurt by being called out their name, right? Oh, J6ers, oh, pedo. You know what I'm saying? They still on that. Boy, Tony owns the coward lives. Yeah, I own them. They know it too. They don't have nothing for me, man, whatsoever. That's still so real, right? Boy, I tell you, this has been truth time right here. And you guys follow Hard Right V. He put up the Discord link again. Therefore, you guys can have fun over there on that channel until I get my stuff up and running, you know. Other than that, we have cooked day behind. The deportation is happening as never before, and it's going to ramp up even more, though. They know it, though. Boy, I tell you, man, they don't have a leg to stand on, let alone, you know. We would never allow legs to grow here under commie rule. These socialist bastards, right? They already have their fate sealed. They just are dead. Well, as far as I'm concerned, they are dead men walking in this country, though, to be really honest. Just like Mondummy, because in other words, what's going to happen is they're going to pull his naturalization citizenship from him, and they're going to deport his behind back to Uganda, right? That's where he's from, and that's where he'll remain. He'll go back to his country. We don't need this type of stuff. Mondummy is on the brink of being deported, right? Just like Ilhan Umar and all the rest of them, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful thing, though. And this is why I own them over on the left when the trolls try to come in here, because I ain't even seen anything of what they've been doing this stuff since Kamala Harris. I remember when I've been doing my live streams long enough when Kamala Harris was the vice president. They're saying the same old stuff that they're saying right now, man, which is nothing. Oh, my goodness, though. Ain't this something, boy? They can always bring up questions about stuff, but they can't defeat about what's happening right now when it comes down to ICE and everything. And you guys have made it happen, the real patriots of America, right? We are like those men over there in Poland, right, that are standing up for their country. When they say Poland first, we're saying America first. Let that American flag be known in this chat, right? Because every time you see an American flag, that's a person, that's a patriot. When you see them in the pickup trucks, in the cars, flying their flag or wearing it on their cap, that is a Trump patriot right there. I'm going to let you know. We are patriots of America who support who? Donald John Trump, the President of the United States of America, our Commander-in-Chief that stand by the Constitution with his transparent policies that is changing America from being the worst to the best. Let them, they just telling lies. Other countries wish they had a President Trump. You know, Spain wish they had had a President Trump. France wish they had American Trump. Germany wish they had an American Trump. You know, UK wish they had an American Trump. They tell you that all the time. I wish we had American Trump. They wish they had a person like America, right? I had a person like Trump running a country, and this is the truth. But I appreciate you guys, man. You guys have rocked. We have kicked they behind, right? They never would have thought, right, that your boy knows so much about what's going on. And they are nothing but traitors to America with their policies. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I am out. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they come in here like little schoolboys and schoolgirls with name calling, because they don't have a policy to defeat Trump's policies. That's what we're saying. We will see you in the real debates, and we're going to destroy you in debates. Don't come up here unless if you prepare for the smoke. Boy, I tell you. Ain't that a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, my goodness. I tell you. And they big mad, too. Big mad. They are mad. In Canada, oh, my goodness, you got a Canadian flag. I got to get him real quick. Let me just do this roasting real quick. And I got friends that live in Canada, right? But this dude know darn well that Canada don't have a leg to stand on. Mark Carney is a globalist, sock puppet controlled by the globalist, right? His agenda is everything anti-Trump. You see that companies are pulling away from Canada to build back in the United States, though. Canada possibly can go into a hyperinflation where the economy is going to be imploded, and they know it. They're on the brink of it. And it will go down, though, right? Until something changes in Canada, they are just like the UK, far as I'm concerned, and many of you as well, too. Canada don't have a leg to stand on, man. We're talking about all along the 80% of them that live across that Canadian border. You know what I'm saying? That's what they have, almost the size of California, man. Terrible, ain't it? Boy, I tell you, though, I got more respect for the people out in the Western Front, Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, all these other areas. I got more respect for them, right? And they love Trump out there. Don't let it be twisted and let it fool you. Canada, the Western, they're conservatives out there, right? Look at what they've been doing to them, right? But we have a great understanding with a lot of the Canadians out west that I like. And I got some ones over here that rock with your boy that live in Ontario and some of these other places. No, even though they have been overtaken by a bunch of wokeism, right? It's stuff, they open up their borders, allow all these people to come in there and stuff like that, and Indian people, the overcrowding. It's this bad, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, it's bad, boy. But not to worry, Canadians, you know what you can do. If you can come into America, you may want to come over here before it's too late. Before it's too late. You're going to wind up and end up like Spain. Oh, my goodness, in the UK. Boy, I tell you. So, Jason Beatrice, I appreciate it. That's right. Jason Beatrice did make that point. Hold on for a minute. He said UK citizens, I forgot about that, were chanting Trump, Trump, Trump. They love Trump. They wish they had a person that had the balls like Trump. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Nigel Farage would even be that dude compared to Trump. Many people say, but I don't know, man. Trump is Trump. It'd be nice if they had somebody like Trump. Nigel Farage was like Trump. Boy, I tell you, But yeah, guys, let me get up on out of here, boy. Brian Reed, he says, Stoney been pimping down too much. Well, pimping or piping? Yeah, down too much. Ain't nobody worried about these dudes, man. Nobody. That's why I say I don't even read what they're saying because they ain't saying nothing. That's the whole point, though. I don't even acknowledge them, right? And you shouldn't either, right? Boy, I tell you, Justin Castro truck driver. I forgot about that, too. Y'all remember Justin Trudeau? His daddy is Fidel Castro, right? Don't he look a lot like Fidel Castro? Boy, I tell you, man. Boy, talking about an idiot running Canada. He had nothing for Trump at all, man. Boy, Trump ran rings around it. That's why they had to put in a globalist like Mark Carney to try to deal with Trump. And Mark Carney, is he doing a great job dealing with Trump? Absolutely not. That's for my Canadian viewer that came in here sprouting off the stuff about Canada. Yeah, you could be prideful of Canada. Well, we know how this story going to go. We have the largest market in the United States. We have the largest manufacturing still here in the United States. Supply chain, military, you mentioned it, AI. We're building so many data centers all across the United States. All we know is win, 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 baby. Win. We go for the win here. America, we the best. We the best. We the best. Well, I feel like college, boy. We the best, man. We make the best music, You right about that. All your rappers and musicians that come out of America, man. Look at the American ingenuity. You know what I'm saying? When it come down to the technology, boy, y'all remember the record player, the cell phone, the telephone, and all kind of stuff. It's America, ladies and gentlemen. We are the best. The CD player, the cassette player, the 8-track, all American invention. Boy, look at that, boy. How you like that? The laser disc, the CD, the Blu-ray, the DVD, all that stuff. America, ladies and gentlemen. Only in America. Don't let them tell you otherwise, boy. This guy here, man, with this Canada stuff, man, they ain't believing you at all. You just one person. And I got a lot of Canadians that rock with me, man. They even saying it, man. They say, I wish we had a Trump, man. Mark Carney ain't going to get it. He can't. He don't have the leverage. Yeah, it's right, though, Jason Beatrice. They about to go into hyperinflation. It's a fact. We went over this last week. Went over the PST, GST, HST, LMNOP. They are in serious trouble. And this is what has to happen. And then they will see they're gonna really force Carney out of there, right? Because they're gonna say that you destroyed the economy. You wasn't willing to work with Trump. You had to go up here. The people ain't going with this stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, you know, boy, yeah, man. But I'm gotta go, guys. It's been fun cooking them, man. If I can do this all day, boy, and he know it. That's why he laughing, because he don't have a leg to stand on, man. What an idiot. He's probably being paid to do this. Ain't nobody that stupid. Oh, I forgot. It's the commies are. The commies are the most stupidest people ever, man. Dummies. Antifa lover dummies. They actually think they got away, boy. You're going to run into something soon enough. You're going to F around and find out. You just haven't gone down yet. But when they do, boy, I'm going to be over here watching Popcorn City. Many arrests. There's going to be some things. Boy, wait and see. Boy, Yep. Boy. But yeah, guys, I thank you guys for being on something real, though. Jason Beatrice and Black Guy 9, Ice Heights Baby, Brian, you already know, guys, Boy, Coconuts Are Real was here, Brian Reedy. Boy, I tell you guys. You also had Deja, right? Porter, the whole group, man. That's all they do. They ask questions all the time. They always asking questions. Nobody is answering your question. At least I'm not. I got questions. That's why I put up here. F your questions. I put it up here. You should be trying to defend this, but you can't, right? You can't defend mass immigration. It doesn't exist. We already doing something. That's the solution, right? Nobody cares about your questions. This ain't a me answering your questions channel no more. You lost that privilege by being disingenuous, spitting out propaganda, lies, and hatred. You don't deserve to come up here. You don't deserve but F your questions. We don't do that here. You just on deaf ears, you know what I'm saying? And it's a fact. That's why they just laughing at you. I got a lot of conservative women that rock with your boys as well as the men. Boy, I tell you, hey, skip your questions. Ain't worrying about that. Poland has shown more men and backbone than over here in America, man. That's the thing about it, though. And Steve, I'm gonna address you one time, and this ain't gonna never happen again. This is to my message to you, that don't answer a question because you's a coward, low IQ. Look at my numbers, baby, and it's steady growing, though. How you like them apples, right? Oh, my goodness. Look at you. Look at you. Clean yourself up. Where's my evil laugh at? I got to clown on this guy real quick before I go. How you like that? How you like that? Oh, man. I got to do a Star Wars reference, guys. This is a nerd reference here, Hold on for a minute.
That time has come. Execute Order 66.
That's exactly what's going to happen, though. We're going to round up many of these illegals. You can't stop it, Shree. You can't stop it, man. You just got to let it happen, though, man. But other than that, though, look at him. He big, man, big time. My numbers compared to what you're talking about, it don't even jive up, man. You just wasting your time in here, man. You know what I'm saying? This will be the last time I ever address you, So you better take advantage of it right now. You know what I'm saying? Because you are nothing but nothingness in my ear after tonight or after today. Other than that, guys, I appreciate you being on something real where I cook these fools on a day-to-day basis. We have actually hit record numbers, and y'all should be man, this is a beautiful thing here, though, and we're showing them. You also want to, membership where they cannot come in on the membership, you know. That's another thing, though. Boy, it's a lot of advantages when you follow this channel, though. Look at those MAGA hats, man. That's what pisses them off. And the membership steady growing, you know. Shree, I named all those names, though. How you like that? Steve or Shree? How you like that? How you like it? Boy, Bill Maher, sorry. He's actually switching. Boy, they don't have anything, boy. I tell you. John Featherman, look at, boy, he don't recognize his party no more. Boy, I tell you. But yeah, guys, let me get on off here. I love strolling these fools, man. It's so easy. It's so easy, boy. They got a butt hurt. Boy, these guys are upset. Yeah, if it's an echo chamber so much, you don't have to be here. We're not missing one less person. Why don't you go back where the echo chamber truly exists? Go over there on Santana Jones' channel, right? Go to Johnny's Chase station. Go there. You welcome there. Why are you over here? We don't need you. You know, it's obvious that they're upset. If I suck so much, you shouldn't be here. I just love clowning these fools. And I'm going to tell you guys, I'm known for clowning trolls on the hard left. I do it very well because they don't answer questions that I give out before I go. And it's just true. They just come over here wasting their time. That's all they do. They can never, ever defend what I have up here. And for you guys, for these girls up here, man, I appreciate you guys. And we're going to acknowledge more of them because these are the angel babies, those. Joking aside, but this is serious here. And it happened under their failed policies. And we're going to be highlighting more of their failed policies for America, right? Where they've had those set-aside programs. They gave it to the illegals, right? The EBT, the $2,500 in New York and California. Y'all remember that stuff? All that stuff actually happened. So it's quite obvious who to vote for. They don't have a policy. All they have is a policy of name calling and TDS stuff. That's why they're not going to be allowed to come up here, right? I won't do it. Don't have to. We got the advantage. They don't. They don't go into these echo chamber rooms on the left. They go over here on the right to see who they can basically try to taunt me, but it doesn't work, though, at all. How you like that? I got to go, man, because if I was on here full time, I'll be in the far left would be in trouble, man. Yep, in trouble. Yep. So other than that, guys, I already know who you are. I know who Dark City is, too. You know, and like I said, though, I would never, ever, ever have to acknowledge you after today, Steve. You know, you are a sad case of a black man. A real, no backbone. And this is the thing about it, though. You know, men that are really liberal like this are pussies and wussies, man. And he probably don't have a woman at all, though, too. He's probably an incel or something. It's just really sad, though, man. As a guy because if he was a real man, he'd be out here working like me. I got to go to work. But he could sit up here all day long and taunt, try to get attention. After the day, you are gone. How you like that, right? Other than that, guys, let me go ahead and get up on out of here, though. We done clowned the coons for the day and so forth, you know. But other than that, I'll see you all tomorrow around noonish. Peace and chicken grease. We got to do the American anthem, too. This is another thing. This is what make being America and patriot. They don't even see. They can't even say the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Let me go ahead and put that up here. Boy, I tell you, can recite that. I bet you can't even recite that. He's so stupid. Take those there Andy Clippers and cut that crap out your head, boy. Send you to the military to get real disciplined. Oh, my goodness. All right, guys. I done finished clowning these fools and stuff like that. Y'all know how I do. If you're new here, I appreciate you, though, you know, for being here. Please like, comment, and subscribe again. Here we go with the American anthem. Here we go. Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes
Okay, guys, I just want to address one more thing here. Hold on for a minute. I just want to address one more thing. It was important. Someone made a point. I said, I may as well tackle it now. Travis Nichols, I know you've been in here many times before. I love what you said. You said that Biden and Harris murdered, these girls, and it was absolutely correct. This is the reason for failed policies, that they can never defend this. That's why I clown them so much, right? These guys are nothing but my whooping post, though. These are my little boys, you know what I'm saying? My little bitches, right? That's why I go so hard on them. That's why they can't, you guys proving with the numbers still, too. You look at everything, though, they hate it so much. This is what this is coming from, these old liberals, right? But other than that, throw those flags up. I appreciate it. Jess Laundry, man. Yeah, I read what you had to say. Ozzy Crosby, man. I gave you acknowledgement for being a member. And I've done that earlier, though, guys. But let me go ahead and get out of here. MAGA forever. Y'all putting it up in their face and they can't stand it, right? Look at this. You got Ronald McDummy in the house. Oh, my goodness. Ronald McDummy, Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. He said, I'm sorry, Ronald McDonald. He said MAGA. I'm sorry about that. Ronald McDonald. Sorry about that. I meant to say Mondummy. Not Ronald McDummy, but Mondummy. You know what I'm saying? Sorry about that. Yeah, home of the brave, land of the free, and home of the brave is America, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it is, and this is what we shall be. I got to go for real, for real. All right, guys, I just want to address that one thing. Peace and chicken grease. I am out.